Welcome to the Slaw Sports Show Draft Special Extravaganza. I'm your host, Cole Noble, aka Slaw, but today I'm going to be your lead analyst for the NFL Draft 2021. I'm excited. It's a long time coming to get to this point, and today is finally draft day. Joining me today for this live draft show, and we're going to have full analysis of all 32 picks, the entire first round, live reactions. We're going to have our commissioner, Gray Ost, and alongside me at the analyst desk is going to be Matt Laguza. So let's go ahead and welcome both guys to the show. Guys, like I said, long time coming. It's finally here. Welcome to the NFL Draft.
As you said, a long time coming. Excited to be here and getting ready to get it going.
Gray, how you doing?
It's gonna be quite the long process. 4 hours, got an entire first round, but we're gonna be here. I'm gonna be ordering you guys around, telling you what to do because I am the commissioner. So what I say is law. And so, but it's gonna be a great time. Can't wait to get started.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a long night. I'm excited as well and excited to get things on the roll. The draft officially does not start until 8 o'clock. So let's go ahead and get to some pre-show stuff. We already saw one trade go down so far just this week. The Denver Broncos and the Carolina Panthers, they agreed to a deal sending Teddy Bridgewater to the Denver Broncos from the Carolina Panthers for a 6th round pick. And Matt, let's start with you. How is this going to affect both teams tonight?
See, that's a very interesting question because we don't really know what those two teams are going to be doing because both of them, before this trade and after this trade, could still technically go after quarterbacks with their first-round picks, both of them in the top 10 right now. If a guy like Trey Lance falls, maybe even Justin Fields, we could see it. That's a guy that could either sit behind one of the guys that they have right now or even compete. So it's definitely going to be interesting. It could affect it, but hey, it's the NFL draft. You never know what's going to happen.
And Gray, what are your thoughts just on the trade and how's this going to shake it up?
And if you're looking at, the first round picks that each team has, they're going back to back. And so basically with the Jets trade of Sam Darnold to Carolina, this says to me that they're all in on Sam Darnold and that they will probably stay away from the quarterbacks. But also Denver, if you're bringing in Teddy Bridgewater, that's a good veteran backup. So maybe that means Denver is going to try and go with Teddy Bridgewater, but they might bring in a quarterback that needs some time to develop. And so maybe Trey Lance to the Denver Broncos, Justin Fields to the Denver Broncos. Who knows?
Yeah, and my standpoint on it, just the Denver Broncos still have Drew Lock, and from everything I've heard, they're still high on Drew Lock to be their quarterback when they go into the new year this year. So maybe they just want to bring in their veteran guy that they already had in their back pocket before the draft. So maybe they can look elsewhere with their first pick sitting at 9. Maybe they can trade back from 9, collect more capital, and just let Bridgewater and Lock go at it. But even if they draft a quarterback tonight, we're then sitting at a situation where Drew Lock could even be on the trade block.
Yeah, no, there's no question about it. And here's the thing. It's difficult to talk about this subject right now because we still don't know who's going number 3 to San Francisco because that pick is going to shape the rest of the quarterback market for the draft. Because if they go Trey Lance, that probably takes both Broncos and Carolina out of the picture for quarterback, most likely, unless some other trades are made or they don't really like what they're seeing on the board. But if they go Mac Jones or Justin Fields, that opens up a whole nother opportunity, not just for those two teams, but other teams in the draft, possibly trade up or trade down to get one of those guys, possibly sit them behind one of the current quarterbacks that they have on their roster right now.
Yeah, and the big news actually coming out today before the draft, you got to love draft day. Big news going to be coming in for now until the rest of the night, rest of the weekend. But Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers, I'm a Packers fan. And right now the reports come out that Aaron Rodgers is unhappy with the team. The team has offered him a contract extension. So far, nothing. And yesterday reports came out also that the San Francisco 49ers offered a trade potentially for Aaron Rodgers. That got shut down immediately by the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers wasn't happy about that. And from what I'm hearing just now, it's looking like Aaron Rodgers potentially could be out of the Green Bay Packers. What do you guys think about that?
Well,
Kind of
it's
sucks to be
definitely.
a Packers fan. Sorry, Cole.
Yeah, it's tough for me as a Packers fan, for real. But it's I don't know what's going to happen because I think something might happen soon. If he's traded, you'd have to think it would be tonight. Because if he's traded for draft picks, no way Green Bay waits a whole another year to get the draft picks that they're going to get in exchange for Aaron Rodgers. It's going to be a long night, boys. So let's go ahead and fasten our seatbelts now before we get on the ride.
Getting ready to go. It's going to be fun.
So just more on, the Aaron Rodgers while we got time. Just, Matt, what are your thoughts on the situation?
It's going to be interesting. And obviously, as you said, the Green Bay Packers, they were in the NFC Championship game last year. They are still a competitive team trying to win a Super Bowl. No matter if they have Rodgers or not, they're going to want to compete. So if you're trading Rodgers, I've got to feel it's got to be tonight because you're going to want that draft capital to be able to build around not just Jordan Love as your starting quarterback, but also on the defense because you're not going to score as many points as you did with Rodgers at quarterback. So you're going to have to build up that run defense. You're going to have to solidify the secondary. So tonight is going to be huge for Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers because this can make or break their entire season based on what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, what was that phrase that you were using, Cole? Get Rodgers some help. Is that still on your whiteboard right
yes,
now?
Get Rodgers help is the message of the day. And just with Aaron Rodgers, if he's not traded tonight, he's already expressed his frustration openly today. He has all the cards on his side. The Packers have to do something tonight in this draft to satisfy Aaron Rodgers if they want him to come back and be their quarterback this season. Just hands down, that's the only fact.
So
No
what kind of
question
help
about
do you
it.
think that they'll give him?
That's what's yet to be seen. Packers, I think their number one option has to be trade up at some point in this draft. They got to trade up and they got to lock in somebody that can offer Aaron Rodgers help. Whether it's a star guy on defense, that still helps him out, or whether it's just a guy on offense to give him yet another weapon. But the Green Bay Packers, they've got to make a splash tonight in order to keep Aaron Rodgers happy and keep him on the team long term.
Yeah, you have to do something huge if you're the Green Bay Packers because he wanted an extension. They finally gave him one. He didn't accept it. He is very upset with the organization right now, and he has been for a while. This is a well-known fact. Ever since they drafted Jordan Love last year, who was possibly his replacement, is still probably his replacement, they need to regain his trust, make a splash, and get someone. I do agree that someone on defense would help, but I think to make Rodgers happy, you need to get him a weapon on offense because otherwise I don't like the odds of him staying, especially long term.
And just talking about people on the trade market potentially, what about Julio Jones with the Atlanta Falcons? The Atlanta Falcons are currently sitting in a terrible situation right now where they don't have the cap necessarily to even sign their draft prospects that they get tonight. So Julio Jones, another big name in the NFL that could also be on the move with all these prospects tonight.
They only have around 950,000 worth of cap space. We've talked about this before, and with Kyle Pitts possibly being that pick at number 4, you're gonna get. It's not gonna obviously Julio Jones is one of the best receivers in the NFL, but you're getting a guy that could be one of the best tight ends we've seen in a long time at number 4. I think it's time. He's owed like $38 million over the next 2 years, something like that. He needs to get out of there, maybe get some draft capital as well, because if you're addressing offense at number 4, they need to do something with that defense later in the draft.
And if Julio Jones does get traded tonight or even by the end of the weekend, sorry, Greg, but I'm going to go to you. But who do you think could make a trade to land Julio Jones?
I mean, this is going to sound a little crazy, so buckle your seatbelts here. The Washington football team. Washington right now, they need a big play
You're
outside.
biased.
Surprising, right? They need a big play outside receiver because, Terry McLaurin was doubled all year. Curtis Samuel, who was brought in during free agency, he's more of a gadget kind of guy, slot receiver, but he'll also play out of the backfield. If Washington could get Julio Jones for maybe some draft capital, maybe a third-round pick, they have 2 third-round picks to work with, and so you take on that salary. I think that, Atlanta, that'd be a good idea for them to get that third-round pick from Washington, and then Washington gets a big play outside receiver that they've been dying for ever since Pierre Garçon left.
And Matt, where do you think Julio could land up?
There's a lot of different options. Everybody can use a receiver. Some places that I've seen, obviously, I've seen the football team. I've seen the Jets. I've seen the 49ers as well on there. There's a bunch of teams that can do it. As a Jets fan, I would love him to go there. I just don't think we'll end up doing that. We spent a lot of money on Corey Davis. Whether I think he's a number one receiver or not, I might disagree with the organization there. But I don't see him going there. I definitely like the 49ers. That would be a very interesting one. They are obviously a run heavy team, but if you can get a guy like Julio on that team, whether it's Jimmy G throwing, whether it's Aaron Rodgers, or even Trey Lance or Mac Jones, you could always use a guy like Julio on your team because they really don't have a pure number one target on that team. They've got a lot of really good receivers, but no superstar number one, and he could be that guy.
Yeah, that's the two teams I'm looking at right now for Julio Jones. Has got to be either the Baltimore Ravens or also the Las Vegas Raiders. Baltimore Ravens, we all know they acquired that second first-round pick from the Kansas City Chiefs in the Orlando Brown trade. We all know they're looking for a big wide receiver to be their number one guy. He's already there. He's already there and groomed in the league in Julio Jones. So if the Baltimore Ravens really want to make this splash and get their number one guy on offense, they could make a deal to get Julio Jones if they decide to not go that route tonight with either of their first-round picks. And then also the Raiders, same situation. They've been lacking a true number one wide receiver since they traded away Amari Cooper. And now John Gruden, we all know he was big on the Antonio Brown trade whenever he was trying to get out of Pittsburgh. He might be trying to do the same thing here and might try to pick up the phone with the Raiders and get Julio Jones out of Atlanta in order to give a guy like Julio Jones potentially over to Derek Carr in that offense. And, John Gruden's an interesting guy. He's one of, the most interesting teams, the most interesting, head coach in the league because of that 10-year contract he got. We're coming up now, I think, on year 4 of that contract, almost to the halfway point of that long-term contract for John Gruden. So I think now's the time. Either blow it up or just go all in. No more of this, seesawing with the Las Vegas Raiders. No more of this seesawing back and forth. You got to go to a full decision here, John Gruden. Blow it up or go all in. And if you go all in, that starts with Julio Jones, in my opinion.
That's a very interesting point. I really like the Baltimore Ravens idea. Obviously, we've seen them kind of beat around the bush, really, when it comes to getting a big body wide receiver. They had some opportunities in free agency and didn't really pounce on it. There's guys like Terrace Marshall Jr. and Rashad Bateman, both in the draft. They've got 2 first-round picks. But it'll be very interesting to see because we've seen some rumors that they could possibly trade one of those picks back for some more draft capital. And it'll be interesting if they do that to see if they use some of that to get Julio Jones, because I don't think they'll have to give up a first-round pick to get him with that kind of salary.
Great. Do you have
And
any?
Matt, that was my point, with the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, they're looking at Terrace Marshall, and you know how high I am on Terrace Marshall. I mean, I love him coming out of LSU. So, why would the Ravens, go all in on Julio Jones when they know they're going to have a legitimate shot to get Terrace Marshall, who is basically, I'm not saying he is Julio Jones or is going to be Julio Jones, but has a very similar build, has great pass catching ability. I mean, why would they invest all that capital in getting Julio Jones when they have Terrace Marshall at their doorstep?
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting decision to see what really is made, with the Baltimore Ravens. Great general manager, one of the best, Eric DeCosta, in my opinion, in the league. Talked about that on the show last Friday. But a lot of interesting things are going to happen tonight, guys, and that's the nature of the draft. And, when we come out of this, what do you think is going to be the most surprising headline that's going to come out of the first round of the NFL draft tonight?
I think it has to do something with Rodgers. It's going to have to be something with Rodgers. I don't know exactly what I just saw on Twitter, but I did see Rodgers' name pop up and the Broncos. Don't think anything's happened yet, but that could be very interesting. Obviously, the Broncos have the 9th overall pick. They are looking for a possible quarterback there. They've got a great young core there on offense. But whether what I just saw is something that could happen later in the night or not, I think it has to be something with Rodgers. It has to be, because I think he's gone. It's either going to be him being gone or them getting the weapon. It's one of the two.
Great. What do you think is going to be the most surprising headline in your opinion?
I mean, I hate to tell you this, Cole, but I think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers moving to the the AFC West, because the Packers said they're not going to move Aaron Rodgers back into the NFC. So I mean, if he makes his way to the AFC, it's going to be the AFC West. He's looking at either the Raiders or he's looking at the Broncos. And if the Broncos are making noise right now, they both have the picks to do it, and both teams think they have that ability if they get Rodgers to make playoff runs. And like you said with the Raiders, the time is now. And also, going back to when Rodgers was drafted, he said that he specifically wanted to play for John Gruden, and now he might have the chance to.
I'm not going to per se put any voodoo magic on Aaron Rodgers leaving, so I'm not gonna say anything. Last year, everything I said around the NFL draft, the Green Bay Packers, was Brandon Ayuk in the first round, and we wound up with Jordan Love. So I'm not going to come out and say anything about what the Packers should or should not do tonight. All I know, just get Rodgers help. As far as I'm concerned, he's on our team, and that's all I'm looking forward to tonight. I think the biggest surprise for me might end up being one of the 4 teams coming into the late first round trading in. One of the teams that currently doesn't have a first-round pick, the LA Rams, Seattle Seahawks, Kansas City Chiefs, or the Houston Texans. Houston, no first-round picks, no second-round picks. I say it's a no shot for them. They're going to have to wait till day 3 of the draft, or at least tomorrow night, third round, excuse me. But I do think maybe potentially one of those other teams, Kansas City might sneak back in, Seattle might sneak in here. I think that would be my surprise, is seeing one of these 4 teams come back into the first round tonight.
Be really big, especially for a team like the Rams, as we talked about. They haven't had a first-round pick in a long time, and it doesn't seem like they will have a first-round pick for a long time after they traded away their 2 first-round picks in the next 2 years for Matthew Stafford. So for them, it would be very good. They've obviously had some salary cap issues. It would be nice to get some people out of the draft instead of having to spend money on players in free agency. So it would be big for them to trade into the late first round and possibly get some people, especially on the offense. Their defense has been very solid. But they could also get someone to replace John Johnson, who they lost to the Browns. They could use some help in the secondary there. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the LA Rams as well, like you talked about, not having first-round picks the next 2 years by getting in Matthew Stafford at quarterback. But the Rams as a whole, it's hard to look at their roster and really find any big holes outside of, like you said, at safety. And the Rams are very good at these, past the first round prospects. They're very good at evaluating late prospects, whether it's a third round, fourth round, even their second round guys have always paid out and been key contributors for their entire roster. So the Rams coming back in could be a shocker. In my opinion, again, like I said, with Houston, which is why this would be a big surprise, but the Seattle Seahawks, in my opinion, all the talk has been Russell Wilson. Is he going to be on the trade block? Was the whole talk of the offseason. Looks like he's got back in shape, in the best shape of his life, and committed with the Seahawks. Do the Seahawks make a move back into the first round if an offensive lineman starts to slip there in the late 20s? Could we see Seattle make a move back into the first round and get one of these offensive tackles that the class is loaded in order to give some help to Russell Wilson?
You definitely see it happening. There's a lot of great offensive line talent in this draft, both inside and outside. And as much as I'd love to see Seattle trade up into the first round and get one of those top 5 or 6 tackles, I don't really see it happening. I think a lot of them are going to be gone by around the 23rd pick, so they would have to trade up pretty far into the first round. But there's plenty of talent outside there that they can get in the second or third round. And I see that being one of the first priorities for them once they get to their picks.
Yeah, and Seattle's also an interesting team because they only have 3 picks this year. So a deal, if it were to be made to get in the first round, would have to include picks in next year's draft or the year after. Gray, what do you got for us?
Well, gentlemen, it is that time. 2021 NFL Draft is officially open. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock.
All right, boys. So it's draft time. Jacksonville, like Gray said, on the clock. Thank you, Commissioner. Let's not spend too much time. I think this has been said since Trevor Lawrence pretty much finished his first year as a starter at Clemson. We knew when it was his time to come into the league, he was going to be the guy that ends up getting drafted first overall. Obviously, last season, it looked like the Jets were going to be the ones that end up getting him. But, Matt, unfortunately, they won those 2 games, lost out on the sweepstakes, and sit at number 2. So, Trevor Lawrence, unless anything shocking happens, and this is our shocking headline, looks like he's headed to Duval, going to be a new Jacksonville Jaguar.
It looks like it. And, the last 3 first-round picks the Jaguars have had, they spent it on the defensive side of the ball. So I think it's time they go over to the other side, go into offense, and get their possible franchise quarterback. Trevor Lawrence is one of the best quarterback prospects we've seen coming out of college in a long time. Andrew Luck, even Peyton Manning-like. So the Jacksonville Jaguars, if what we all expect is going to happen does happen, I think Jacksonville is getting a gold mine here.
I mean, let's face it, Jacksonville hasn't had a franchise quarterback, and I'm not saying Blake Bortles is a franchise quarterback because, I mean, come on, they probably could have got to the Super Bowl. He was a lot better. I mean, they haven't had a franchise quarterback since who? Mark Brunell back in the late 90s. So Jacksonville, they invested in that defense, got them all the way to the AFC Championship game, but it's time to invest in the quarterback, and Trevor Lawrence is their guy.
Yeah, and Jacksonville, their offseason had a couple splashes, not nearly as much as, I think the fans would have liked given the amount of salary cap they had this season, but they are getting in Trent Baalke in, first-year general manager, has the first pick in the draft. They're also bringing in Urban Meyer, longtime college football great, going into the NFL, first year as a head coach here with the Jacksonville Jaguars as well. So first-year GM, first-year quarterback, looking like Trevor Lawrence going to be rookie quarterback as a first year. But in the offseason, they brought in Shaquille Griffin from the Seattle Seahawks at corner to go alongside C.J. Henderson and gave a weapon to Trevor Lawrence already in free agency with Marvin Jones, formerly of the Detroit Lions, Carlos Hyde at running back, and also franchise tag their offensive tackle Cam Robinson. Matt, how do you feel about the offseason moves that the Jacksonville Jaguars did, considering the amount of cap space they had? Are the moves they made enough, and do you think it's justified with the amount of cap they had?
I'm kind of disappointed in what they did. Obviously they did a good job in getting some pieces in, but they had so much to work with, and they know they're bringing in Trevor Lawrence. They know they've got a rookie head coach in Urban Meyer. You would think that they'd bring people in. They're doing better. They're holding a trial for Tim Tebow for tight ends. That could be something. You never know. But because, we've obviously been talking about they've got the 25th overall pick in the draft as well as the first pick in the second round. We were talking Pat Freiermuth possibly for tight end. I don't know. I think Tim Tebow could be the answer there. But no, I'm a little disappointed. Obviously, they brought in Marvin Jones, great weapon for whoever the quarterback is. But I was really expecting them to bring in a couple more pieces to really solidify the team in an AFC South division that could be up for grabs.
I mean, if you look at the Jaguars, with the addition of Marvin Jones, who was basically the best receiver Detroit had, and you pair him with Laviska Shenault, who was drafted in the second round last year, it turned out to be a great pick for them. Let them in receiving, and then you also throw in DJ Chark in there. So that's 3 really good receivers that the Jaguars have. Last season, they got a really good season out of James Robinson at running back. He was a 1,000-yard back and on a 1-15 team. So I definitely think Jacksonville, they're going to take Trevor Lawrence, but it's what they do after, whether they can improve their line, both defensive and offensive, to see if this team can make any kind of noise in 2021.
Yeah, I'm excited to get this show on a roll and see exactly what the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to do. We're all expecting Trevor Lawrence, but we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get back into it, and Jacksonville on the clock when we return. So we're going to take a quick break. This is the Saw Sports Show, and you are listening to the 2021 NFL Draft Special Extravaganza. We'll be back in quite a moment. All right, and welcome back here to the Slaw Sports Show Draft Show alongside to my right here, Matt Laguza. Above me, Gray Oss is our commissioner for tonight's draft. And we were just discussing the Jacksonville Jaguars, who, as we all know, number 1 pick in this year's NFL draft. And it looks like the NFL draft is just about to get open. So, guys, how we feeling? How we feeling about the draft tonight?
Feeling good, honestly. We were just discussing a bunch of the things that could happen, what we're looking forward to seeing. It should be an exciting night.
I mean, it's taking forever to get the draft started, but, the draft has turned into quite the spectacle because, they bring out a lot of people. They have Kings of Leon playing right now, and Goodell's finally making his appearance. So, I'm just antsy to get underway right now.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and hear from the show, give some boos for our commissioner. Of course, not Gray.
So
Roger, we're not going to boo Gray.
Boo.
So, but yeah, I'm excited to get the draft started. It was a long season last year. The league faced a lot of difficulties, just like the rest of us, with COVID-19 going around. But looking like everything's going dark on us. But that's just how the things work. So go ahead, you guys, take it away.
It should be an exciting day. The draft, obviously, we talked about this a little while ago during the pregame show, about the whole idea that everybody was home last year, and we're finally getting back to a little bit of normalcy. We'll have some people here. We'll have people walking across the stage. It'll be a fun night because we're starting to see everything go back to normal, and we'll see Trevor Lawrence, hopefully, walk across the stage in a few minutes and really kickstart the draft.
Right now, we're seeing Jacksonville Jaguar fans that are already holding giant cardboard cutouts of Trevor Lawrence. So I don't know how much they can delay it here, but it should be a very interesting night. And we should point out that in order to get more shock value for our analysts, they're going to turn off, the NFL draft coverage that they have right now. And so when I announce the selection, it's going to be complete, shock, raw value. It's just going to be, I'm going to announce the pick, first pick, yada, yada, yada. They will have no idea what's coming. So only I, the commissioner, will know what's going to happen, which, should be exciting.
Yeah, and I'm ready to get started now, ready to get these things rolling and ready for some live reactions because, in my opinion, the draft will be starting at 4 with the Atlanta Falcons, so it's going to take some time to get there. Looks like we got Goodell's couch and chair back from last year's COVID, quarantine special NFL draft. Looks like they got that on set, but yeah, I'm excited to get started, and it's going to be a big build-up. Not too much reactions, I would say, with the first 2 picks pretty much looking like they're going to get locked in. Obviously, if that's not the case, the entire draft board of everyone in the nation is getting flushed down the drain. But it's looking like it's ready to get started.
Draft is officially open.
So Jacksonville Jaguars, Matt, we talked about it.
10 minutes are ticking away.
I'm sorry? So it looks like the Jacksonville Jaguars, Matt, have the number 1 pick. There's always the option. They could trade. Go ahead and put that out there. We don't know exactly.
Rookie GM.
Rookie
Get
GM.
flustered. Bill Belichick could get a little excited here, maybe make his way in. I would be extremely upset about that. But hey, it's the NFL draft. Anything can happen. That would sure shake up the world of football.
Anything is possible. But Jacksonville, we talked about it. Looking at Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence coming into the league, it looks like he is going to be potentially a generational quarterback. We haven't seen a guy come into the NFL of his caliber, his type of prospect level, his type of hype since Andrew Luck. And we're going to see that style of quarterback come back into the draft tonight, like everyone thinks, right here at number 1, the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Trevor Lawrence, he's just a great quarterback prospect. Great height, great measurements. very accurate. He makes all the throws you ask of him. And the guy hasn't lost in the regular season in his entire life. So unless the Jacksonville Jaguars go 17-0 this season, we might see Trevor Lawrence's first loss in the regular season as a football player this season. But just, again,
the Jaguars are going to have quite a few losses, even with Trevor Lawrence. But
yeah,
I mean, like you said, just get that into your head that Trevor Lawrence has not lost in the regular season ever. He never lost in the regular season at Clemson and had 34 career wins as a Clemson Tiger. And I mean, you go Deshaun Watson to Trevor Lawrence, and so Clemson, just a long line of quarterbacks and who have all been very successful in the NFL.
And I'm hoping we just don't see anything crazy here. I mean, live look at the War Room in Jacksonville, Florida. It doesn't look like any calls are ringing. So it's looking like hopefully no trades with Jacksonville on the clock. The clock is ticking down here. Surprised it's even taken this long. I thought this was set in stone. Maybe they know something I don't. The suspense is killing me right now.
Come on.
The suspense is killing me. I mean, do they do something crazy here? Are we going to see?
They want us to think something's going to happen.
I want something crazy to happen. I want Zach Wilson maybe first, completely shut down everybody's board. I'm all for all of the crazy right now. I want to see it.
Let's just hope Jacksonville GM ate his pancakes this morning, because we all know pancakes are the official breakfast of NFL GMs across the league.
Why is that?
Have you never seen the movie Draft Day, Gray? Come on.
I have seen Draft Day. I'm just waiting for Bo Callahan to get picked at this point.
And I think, the interesting thing here, talking about Trevor Lawrence, talking about the Jaguars, is the fact that the Jaguars already gave their playbook to Trevor Lawrence. He's already been looking at the plays, starting to learn their offense, and he's even giving preferences for certain plays that he even likes. So already looking now 4 minutes in, the suspense is killing me. I mean, they've already given the guy the
Jacksonville.
It's just, I think if you've already given the kid your playbook, just make the pick, let it go a little faster. There's no reason just to sit there and let the clock wind down. Because if you lose phone service, I wouldn't be too good.
They're not looking good. So Jacksonville last season obviously finished 1-15, the lone win in Week 1, and lost 15 straight to finish out the season. Obviously looking for improvement, and as we expect, Trevor Lawrence is going to be the guy to hopefully give them over the hump. And I believe they're sitting at 6 wins. I talked about on the show as their projection, a 5-win increase for the Jacksonville Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence and the rest of their draft class and the rest of their free agent acquisitions, new head coach, new GM to make a leap slightly in this AFC South division. And last year, their top draft picks, they had 2 in the first round, just like they do this year. They went C.J. Henderson at corner, a guy who had 36 tackles, 6 pass deflections, and played 8 games. And then their second pick, they took Clavon Chasen out of LSU, their defensive end. He played all 16 games. Didn't record that many stats, but he was a presence on their defensive line that we expect to continue into this season. And like Ray mentioned earlier, of course, it ended up taking Laviska Shenault at wide receiver also in the draft last year, a guy who had 600 yards and 5 touchdowns as well. So last year had a pretty solid draft class. Excited to see what they do tonight.
It'll definitely be interesting. And we talked about this earlier. Jacksonville, they don't have a great roster, but it's there. They have a good backbone. They add some talent with Marvin Jones and Shaquille Griffin as well on the defensive side. So Trevor Lawrence, the only thing they're really missing to becoming a mediocre team is a good quarterback. And Trevor Lawrence is a good quarterback. So they bring him in, and over the next couple years, all they're going to have to do is build around him. They've got a lot of draft picks this year, most likely going with the defensive side of the ball with the 25th overall pick, and then maybe going back to the offense with a guy like Pat Freiermuth possibly, give him another weapon there. But no, this is going to be a big draft, and this draft and next offseason are going to be huge for the Jacksonville Jaguars. As the AFC South really could be up for grabs depending on how the Colts and the Titans perform this year.
Yeah, and I'm really excited just about the Jaguars. It's of course, being the number one overall, or excuse me, having the first pick in the NFL draft, being the worst team last year, you expect to see some sort of growth from the year before, and flat out, they were just not good offensively or defensively last year, and obviously that's why they're sitting here with this number one overall pick. Number 30 scoring offense in the league, 28 in total offense, 21st in passing, 29th in rushing. Rushing, hopefully, will get better with James Robinson going into his second season, looking like he's going to be the lead back. They brought in, like I said earlier, Carlos Hyde to be a veteran role model for James Robinson in that offense. And then defense wasn't much better, which is why I'm excited about the second pick they have in the first round at 25, thanks to the LA Rams when they traded Jalen Ramsey. But defensively, 31st in scoring defense, 31st in total defense, 30th against the rush, 27th against the pass. All around, Jacksonville just struggled last season.
Just bad.
I mean,
they really did. It was honestly a disappointing season. And you didn't really expect much from Jacksonville. They were a bad football team. But just expect them to definitely come out with a new sort of energy, new GM, new coaching staff, new franchise quarterback. It's gonna be an exciting season for Jacksonville fans because they probably won't make the playoffs. They probably won't have more than 6 wins, but it's gonna be improvement, and that is what you're hoping for when you've got the first overall pick in the draft.
I hate to cut you off, but the pick is in. So, gentlemen, cut off your communications.
We are completely oblivious. We are all on you, Commissioner.
So the pick is in.
All right, Matt.
That Roger Goodell is going to take the podium at any moment, announcing this pick. I mean, it's just really, it's going to be a struggle to see who it is because, I mean, we've sat here for about 8 minutes now. The Jaguars really milked the clock here. But the pick is in Jacksonville, so we should have the pick in any moment.
This is going to be, of course, the future of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the suspense, man, the suspense is killing me.
Suspense is killing me. They just need to announce the pick officially.
If this was supposed to be locked in, years ago.
It took 8.5 minutes.
Why do you take
too
so
long?
I mean, hopefully they're not flustered and freak out and, go somewhere else with this, second pick, or excuse me, first pick here. I don't know. I'm still feeling Trevor Lawrence. I mean, the rest of the world.
And again, like I said, cardboard cutout of Trevor Lawrence right now, but still waiting on the official word.
Kind of feeling Caleb Farley to pair with C.J. Henderson here at the number 1 overall pick. That'd be exciting.
It's definitely
All right, boys.
definitely going to be interesting
First pick
to
of the
see
evening.
what happens.
The first pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback, Clemson.
There it is. Trevor Lawrence.
What a surprise.
What a surprise.
What a shocker.
Trevor Lawrence is going to be the future for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Always expected, never a doubt. Trevor Lawrence goes first overall. Jacksonville gets their quarterback.
All right, boys, but you know what that means now. The New York Jets are on the clock.
All right, so the Jets are on the clock, but real quick, also with Trevor Lawrence, just looking at his career with the Clemson Tigers, we all know the national championships, but over 10,000 yards passing, 90 touchdowns, and 17 interceptions is his career numbers. A guy who, we all talked about the big plays. He's made it with his arm, he's made it with his legs, always calm, always poised, always been a professional with the Clemson Tigers. He struggled a little bit with some reads and some coverages, got bailed out by some athletic wide receivers. It's, typically what you hear from big names from big schools at the quarterback position. Durability, something to also consider for the Jacksonville Jaguars now that they got their quarterback. But this guy can escape the pocket like none other and can make throws on the run like none other as well. Jacksonville gets their guy, and I think they got a great one, in my opinion, in Trevor Lawrence.
There's no question about it. Trevor Lawrence, as we've talked about over and over and over again over the past couple months, he is by far the unanimous number one overall pick here in this draft. He's got everything. We've mentioned his size, his arm, his height, his ability to really create stuff outside of the pocket. That was really the one negative I heard about him throughout my time, and it's not really a negative. He's been able to do a lot, and he's always kind of been overlooked for his athleticism there. But he is an extremely athletic kid. He's got good speed, good elusiveness as well, which is surprising based on his build. But there's no question Jacksonville got a gem and a franchise quarterback for the future.
All right, now, like Grace says, with the podium behind him, or the screen behind him, and Matt's hat, the Jets are on the clock here at number 2. Matt, as a Jets fan, Jacksonville has their future. We could see the future of the New York Jets here in the next couple of minutes. What are we hoping for? What are you expecting here for the Jets to make? With Joe Douglas, with Robert Saleh, new head coach, it's finally Joe Douglas' time to build his team. And I think it all starts with quarterback. And what are we feeling?
Joe Douglas, bring me Zach Wilson from BYU. I don't want, no offense, but I don't want James Morgan as our starting quarterback this year.
Hey, don't forget about elite Joe Flacco as well.
Hey, Joe
Flacco's not on the team
Oh, Joe Flacco
anymore.
is with the Eagles. Excuse me, he's with the Eagles.
He's with the Eagles.
He's with
Come
the
on.
Eagles. Got the green teams mixed up, but James Morgan, no. Continue.
But no, there's no question. I think Zach Wilson is the number 2 pick here. He had a great season this year with BYU. He's got a ton of upside potential here. And I think he's going to work. The Jets obviously made huge mistakes with Sam Darnold when he was drafted. They didn't build around him. They didn't give him the proper support system with the coaching staff. And Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh are going to make sure that doesn't happen again. Now, did they get him a number 1 receiver this year? No. They got him Corey Davis. He's a number 2 receiver, really. We didn't really get that. But I think through the draft, we're going to help on defense. We're going to be able to add some pieces on offense as well. And this year, we're going to improve. We're not going to be 2-14. I truly believe that. But we're also not going to be anywhere close to where we want to be. Next offseason is really going to be the thing that boosts us to the next level. But it all starts right now, finding our guy at quarterback with this pick right here.
Yeah, and I'm excited for Joe Douglas to finally make this his team with the New York Jets. And in free agency, did a great job, in my opinion. You know, of course, Robert Saleh and Mike LaFleur coming in to run the offense, and Robert Saleh to run the defense and run the whole team as the head coach. And they brought in Jeff Ulbrich as well to be their defensive coordinator. On defense, brought in Carl Lawson and LaMarcus Joyner and Vinny Curry and Sheldon Rankins, 4 solid additions to that defense of the New York Jets. And on offense, Tevin Coleman at running back coming from the 49ers, where he worked in the offense with Michael LaFleur in San Francisco, and also Corey Davis coming in. He's going to be a slot receiver, in my opinion. The Jets have a lot of number 2 guys. You know, they're going to go quarterback here, but I think at receiver, they still have a lot of number 2s. Last year, drafted Denzel Mims, still have Jamison Crowder, and then picking up Corey Davis in the free agency. Matt, are you still worried about the weapons that will be at the disposal of the quarterback they select at number 2?
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely still worried. We don't have enough on offense. We need a nice big body receiver, much like the Ravens need. So that's why the whole Julio Jones rumors could be really big. Don't think we're going to get him, but that's something. And one thing to look for is possibly going tight end later in the draft. Got guys like Brevin Jordan and Hunter Long from BC as well that could be big pieces for him. And obviously looking at guys like Travis Etienne at running back. I don't think we're going to address the wide receiver position as much as I'd like to. We could get guys like Rondell Moore, something like that. Once again, not a number 1 receiver. But look for us to kind of fill some holes with some patches this year. And next year is really where we get the big guns to help Zach Wilson.
Oh, Matt, the pick is in for your hometown New York Jets.
So we'll see who it is. What quarterback will the Jets select? Also, the Jets, they traded 6 of their last 8 first-round picks. Could this quarterback break that mold and break, that heavy, oversight of what we see from first-round picks going to the New York Jets? I'm excited. to see who's going to be the new guy in New York. Is it going to be Zach Wilson, or are we going to potentially see Justin Fields get drafted here at number 2?
Coming off of Matt Laguz's brow right now as he's waiting this pick from the Jets.
The future of the Jets
Give it to
right
me
here.
straight, Gray. When it comes out, give it to me straight. I'm ready for anything.
I will give it to you straight, as only as a commissioner should.
And, in my opinion, Zach Wilson is the heavy favorite. I would say 95% Zach Wilson right here. Zach Wilson's guy's got, tremendous arm strength. Again, like I said with Trevor Lawrence, makes the right throws. In play action, he's tremendous. Rodgers, Mahomes-like in play action. It's going to work perfectly with Michael LaFleur's system. But does Joe Douglas and Michael LaFleur's offense favor the dual threat quarterback? And that 5% they could possibly go with Justin Fields. That's
right,
the big
boys.
question on everyone's mind right now.
All right, boys. With the second pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU.
Zach Wilson, BYU, going to the New York Jets. The 95%
Let's go.
hits. Matt is excited. He's loving it. He's got his quarterback now for the New York Jets. The new Broadway Zach Wilson. This guy's a great quarterback. All the concerns right now is the level of talent, of course, he faced at a small school like BYU, but had a great season. Now he's in the AFC East. We're talking he's going to go up against defenses like Bill Belichick, Brian Flores, and Sean McDermott. Matt, how are we feeling?
I feel great. I love Zach Wilson, and yes, I probably would have been disappointed if we had drafted Justin Fields there, but in the end, I think I would have been fine with it. He's obviously a great quarterback on top of it. But now the next thing for us to do, we have our quarterback. I'm excited. He can be our guy. I talked about this before the pick. We have to make sure that we give him the support he needs. We need some extra help on the offensive line, and we need weapons. So it'll be interesting to see. We do have the 23rd overall pick here in the draft. Obviously, some big needs: corner, running back, edge, and offensive line. It'll be interesting to see what we go with here. I think it's most likely going to be best available based on those positions. Running back, I think we'll wait till second, maybe later in the second round as well, depending on trades. But I think based on corner, edge, and offensive line, will go best available.
Yeah, personally, I love this selection by the New York Jets, in my opinion. I said it was a 95. That was just playing devil's advocate. But Zach Wilson, at the end of the day, I said he has the most desirable leadership attributes out of the entire quarterback class this year, and that's what the Jets have been needing. They've been needing a leader on their offense. They didn't have that in Sam Darnold, and now he's gone. They have that now with Zach Wilson, a guy who threw 43 touchdowns, 3 interceptions this year. He's bringing that talent to New York. I'm excited to see him get to work. He's going to be one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch, in my opinion, next year. The way he plays, he's coming into a great offensive scheme that Michael LaFleur is bringing from the San Francisco 49ers. And Joe Douglas might have just made one of the most important draft picks he will have in his entire career as the general manager of the New York Jets.
It's going to be exciting. We finally have a guy. And, Sam Darnold could have been that guy. We will never know. We will never know now, just based on how things turned out. But I think with the coaching staff and the new front office that we have, I think we found the guy that can be the guy. We haven't had someone bring us to the playoffs since Mark Sanchez, and now he's considered a Jets legend. Kind of disappointing, considering his career stat line. But, I always loved him. I'm just hoping Zach Wilson can top that. So it's going to be exciting. Obviously, a lot of work to do still to build this roster to where we need it to be able to contend. But this is a great first step, and it's the right one.
Great move. The only downside I have with Zach Wilson, the fact he's competitive and he's a leader, but I think his competitive spirit sometimes gets the best of him and shines in the wrong moments, and he can do some things, make the wrong plays, try to make some big plays out of the pocket that ends up getting his offense behind the sticks. Really interested to see how Mike LaFleur just works these things going forward with Zach Wilson at quarterback.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm a little concerned about when I was watching tape on him earlier in the draft process is he tries to do too much. He tries to be fancy. He tries to do the sidearm throws. He does the flips between the offensive line. And, I love that. If he has the opportunity to do it, but don't be reckless with it. And that's something that I'm going to be looking for to see if I think he's probably going to end up making some of those mistakes early on in his career. And we could see that, but that's fine. It's just to see how he grows and adjusts from playing at BYU to going to the Big Apple in the NFL. But I'm hoping for the best, and I think if anybody can do it, it'll be Zach Wilson.
Well, by the background behind our commissioner, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock, and they're the most interesting team right here, is the 49ers. The entire talk all last week, all this week, has been the San Francisco 49ers. Everyone believes they've narrowed it down. They traded up to 3 for their quarterback. They've narrowed it down supposedly to Mac Jones out of Alabama or Trey Lance out of North Dakota State. And in honor of draft day, we got the sticky note. Trey Lance, no matter what. You've got to go with Trey Lance here, in my opinion, if you're the San Francisco 49ers. You traded up for your quarterback. You don't trade 2 first-round picks to get Mac Jones. And everyone said that there's still a chance here for Justin Fields. There's no competition here at number 3 with the 49ers. It's not smoke. It's between these 2 quarterbacks. And like I said, it's Trey Lance no matter what.
I completely agree with you here. Trey Lance has to be the guy. Mac Jones was going to be there at 12. He was going to be there, and if it wasn't, you could have traded to 7, 8, 9, something like that, and you would have been able to get him. I'm a little concerned, though, with all the rumors of Jimmy G being traded. Out of all the quarterbacks, Trey Lance is the one guy that people are like might not be able to be a day 1 starter. It'll be interesting to see what San Francisco does, because if they think he's a day 1 starter, I'm all for it. He was great at NDSU in 2019, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in that season. It'll be a great pickup. I really just don't want to see Mac Jones go 3, because that would be the wrong decision. We saw his pro days. I don't expect a top 3 pick.
Yeah, and San Francisco.
Boys, the pick is in.
All right, the pick is in. So San Francisco last year finished 6-10. All eyes pointing to a new quarterback here at 3. Jimmy Garoppolo will be the talk of the town throughout the rest of the weekend to see if he potentially gets traded with San Francisco, like we think, selecting a new quarterback right here at 3. But again, 6-10. Jimmy Garoppolo missed a lot of the season last year, ended up missing the playoffs, getting a lot back. Of course, Nick Bosa coming back from season-ending injury last year. Re-signed Trent Williams on their offensive line and Kyle Juszczyk at fullback. Brought in some guys like Arden Key and Alex Mack, just some pieces here and there to build this team up. And, all they lost was the 2 guys we just talked about. Robert Saleh was their former defensive coordinator, and Mike LaFleur, their former offensive coordinator. The team still has Kyle Shanahan, one of the best offensive masterminds in the NFL, and John Lynch, one of course, the best general managers in the league. I want to see what decision will be made right here at 3. I'm anxious for this one. Again, we're going to hold it up draft day style on the Post-it note. Trey Lance, no matter what. You don't trade up 2 first-round picks.
This is really where the draft starts because, we saw Trevor Lawrence, we saw Zach Wilson. This is really where things get interesting.
We'll just have to see what happens here. I'm excited.
All right, boys. Here we go. Adjust my camera. With the 3rd pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback.
Yes, sir!
Let's go!
North Dakota State, Trey Lance, going to the 49ers. That's what I'm talking about. This guy is going to be perfect. He is the perfect quarterback for Kyle Shanahan's system. I love this pick already. Trey Lance, no matter what, they made it happen. All the talk this whole time has been Kyle Shanahan was favoring Mac Jones until they went back and, the controversy started when they went back and looked at Trey Lance. He is your guy. This guy is going to be the one to take this offense to the next level. Yes, they got to the Super Bowl in 2019 with Jimmy Garoppolo, but you would have got that same quarterback in Mac Jones. This team is ready. This team is primed and perfect in the position to make the leap back up into being an NFC top contender. And Trey Lance is the quarterback that can get you to that level. Great pick right there.
And just a couple years ago, they were in the Super Bowl, and they pretty much have the exact same team that they had there. Obviously, just injury troubles last year. That was the big thing. And now you're bringing a whole nother dimension to your offense with Trey Lance. You don't just have a pocket passer. You've got a guy that can make stuff happen outside of the pocket. He can run. He can throw. He can do everything. I love Trey Lance. I love what I saw with him at NDSU, and he is going to be a perfect fit for the 49ers. Let's just say I'm predicting a little bit better of a season than 6-10 this year if the 49ers stay healthy.
Yeah, and Trey Lance, I'm excited.
Was the 49ers stay healthy or not?
Yeah, and I'm excited to see Trey Lance, one of the best running quarterbacks now, I think, in the National Football League. This guy is a true dual threat. And having an offense centered around the run, centered around the play action, Kyle Shanahan getting his ability in this offense is just going to be insane and electric to watch, in my opinion. Great running ability, escape in the pocket, a true red zone threat similar to what we see in Cam Newton. But on the flip side, this guy is a rocket cannon. He's going to be the guy that can make the deep passes to Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk in this offense, hit George Kittle over the middle with these short, accurate throws. The upside is tremendous with what they just did with this pick. It was the right move.
Yeah. Question for y'all too: Does the lack of experience at the college level? I mean, he didn't even play 20 games at NDSU. Does that concern either of you?
You know, it doesn't really concern me because when he played, he did just fine. And you got to remember, Mac Jones has the exact same amount of career starts as Trey Lance, and no one was talking about it there. Trey Lance is going to be just fine. It'll be interesting to see if he starts right out of the gate. And that's actually what it's going to bring up right now, was now all the attention goes to Jimmy Garoppolo. What are the 49ers going to do with him? Because in the press conference before the draft earlier this week, they were talking about bringing in a starting quarterback. Does that mean starting quarterback for the future? Or does that mean a starting quarterback for this season? So it'll be interesting to see over the course of the night, draft, and over the next few weeks before the season to see what happens with Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers, because we could see a completely new system coming in this season.
And while Jimmy Garoppolo coming back here is a big question mark for the 49ers, I think the bigger question mark that focuses on tonight is Mac Jones. Because everyone except me on the Hill was adamant that Mac Jones was the pick at 3. I stayed on it. Trey Lance was the pick. What happens now with Mac Jones? Does he start to tumble down the boards here? It's just going to be interesting to see.
He's going to take a big free-for-all, in my opinion.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see where he lands, because obviously there are still a good amount of teams that could be looking for a quarterback. The Patriots, the Bears possibly. The football team could do something if he drops to there. The Broncos, the Panthers. There's a lot of teams in here that could be going for it. It'll be interesting to see if anybody trades up, stays where they are, or if he possibly falls into the second round. I don't know if it'll be that drastic, but I definitely think that Mac Jones is going to tumble.
So now here with the 4th pick, it's the Atlanta Falcons. Last year, 4-12. This year, Arthur Smith coming in as the head coach, I think was a great hire. Offensive coordinator coming over from the Tennessee Titans. They got Terry Fontenot in now as a first-year general manager. The clock's been ticking for quite a while now, and everyone said this was a prime trade-up spot. Was number 4. It's not looking like we might get a trade here, the way it's been looking. But Arthur Smith here, first year with the Atlanta Falcons. When he was with Tennessee, he ran the highest number of multi-tight end sets in the NFL in 2020. And since 1950, only 2 tight ends have ever been drafted in the top 5. I'm leaning towards Kyle Pitts right here at number 4.
Yeah, I think it should be a no-brainer here. Kyle Pitts, the one guy that they could have drafted at quarterback was Trey Lance because of the ability that they could have had him sit behind Matt Ryan. Now that he's gone, I think there's no question because there's no defensive player on the draft board that can be drafted this high. So the only way they would do that is if they traded back. But I think Kyle Pitts is the perfect fit here. You're going to pair him up with Hayden Hurst at tight end, run Arthur Smith's preferred offense with the 2 tight end set, and especially with the Julio Jones rumors of him possibly being out, adding a weapon like Kyle Pitts would be huge for this offense because that's the only reason why they win games. They need to score points. They need to be able to do that, and they're going to have to get defensive players later in the draft.
All right, the pick is in. So the Falcons, Thomas Dimitroff said that, they might trade it away. All smoke. So the Falcons will be picking here.
So
they're at number 4.
So, yeah, again, there goes one of the top trade-up positions that people are talking about, especially with Mac Jones not going 3, Justin Fields still on the board. Matt, you talked about Trey Lance and how he's gone at 3, and that's a guy that would have been able to sit behind Matt Ryan with that offense and just, be able to sit there and learn from Matt Ryan for a year. They can't move on from his contract, but like you said with Julio Jones, that's a contract they can move on from, and they could be in the market for a big play target. And I think they can get that here if they go with Kyle Pitts.
It would be a huge acquisition, perfect for the system, perfect for the team. But in order to get him, they need to clear up cap space. So,
all right, boys,
see what happens.
Here we go. With the 4th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts, tight end, Florida.
There you have it. The first non-QB off the board is Kyle Pitts. This guy is going to be electric. In that offense, like I said, 2 tight ends now in that offense for Arthur Smith, going back to his bread and butter with Hayden Hurst on one side and now Kyle Pitts, a guy who can line up outside a receiver, can line up in the slot at tight end, can even get down if he wants to. Only issue in his game is his blocking as a tight end, but as a receiver, he's one of the best they could pick up right there.
This man is a wide receiver in a tight end's body. You can line him up anywhere in the slot, outside, on the line. As you said, he does have some issues blocking, but that's something that the Falcons can work on with him over the course of the beginning of his career. But it's not really going to be an issue for him. That's not what they're bringing him in for. They are bringing him in as a pass catcher. That is what they're going to be using him for mostly. Expect him, and they have been struggling in the red zone a lot over the past couple of years. Kyle Pitts is going to be a huge improvement and going to help them in the red zone so much just because of his size advantage and also his ability. If he's playing on the line, he's going to be going up against a lot of linebackers in coverage. He's going to have the advantage there. He's quick, he's fast, he's tall, great hands. The perfect pick here for the Falcons based on their situation.
And let's talk hypothetical here. If Julio Jones isn't traded, they retain to Julio Jones going forward into this season. You now give an offense to Matt Ryan that, looking at the numbers and looking at the, the players they have, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Hayden Hurst, Russell Grant, and now at tight end, Kyle Pitts as well. The problem is the offense wasn't necessarily the issue last year for the Atlanta Falcons. The issue mainly was their defense, and they're not going to address it here in round 1. Their defense last year ranked 32 against the pass. They ranked 6th in rushing, but that passing defense was critical of the Atlanta Falcons. What do you think? They played strength on strength, Matt, but they ignored their defense here and their weakness here in round 1.
They're just trying to outscore the teams that are playing against them. And obviously, they're going to have to make some moves later in the draft on the defensive side of the ball. And there is a good amount of depth. Good depth in the secondary, good depth at the edge rusher position. And those are going to be 2 areas that I'm going to be looking for the Falcons to address. But no, Kyle Pitts is a great addition. And we've all seen Matt Ryan's getting to the tail end of his career. We've seen him struggle a little bit, kind of be a little impatient, just kind of throw balls up to Julio Jones. Adding Kyle Pitts here gives him another option to throw to. And it should help him a lot late in games because we've seen in the second half the offense kind of falls off and doesn't really do much. So by adding Kyle Pitts and also, as I mentioned earlier, the whole thing that he's a huge red zone threat, That'll help them with their conversion and hopefully score more points. Now it's just going to be up to the defense and defensive coordinator to hold the opposing team's offense to just less points than they score.
So now here, what we got going on, the Atlanta Falcons have picked at 4, and then at 5 coming up is the Cincinnati Bengals. Last year, number 1 overall pick was Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow played 10 games, unfortunately tore the ACL, out for the rest of the season. Looking to come back this year, but Joe Burrow in his 10 games was sacked 32 times. By the time the year ended, that still finished as the 9th most in the NFL after 10 games. I think right now, the future of the Cincinnati Bengals here with this 5th overall pick is getting some help on the offensive line to protect Joe Burrow.
There are 2 options here for the Bengals, and there's only one right option, and that should be Penei Sewell out of Oregon, the left tackle. That is what they need. They got Riley Reif this offseason. That's a huge improvement on the outside, but they really need to shore up this offensive line. And although Jamar Chase is an insane receiver, he played with Joe Burrow in that championship season at LSU, and it would be a good addition to the offense. He's not going to help if Joe Burrow keeps getting hurt in Week 10 and keeps getting sacked. It's not going to help. The whole purpose here is to protect your franchise quarterback, because if you can't protect your franchise quarterback, he might not end up being your franchise quarterback for that much longer. So, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Bengals do go Jamar Chase here, because everybody loves the big, flashy receiver that can make big plays and also the chemistry between him and Burrow. But I really hope, for Joe Burrow's sake, that they go Penei Sewell here.
Yeah, and in free agency they did pick up Riley Reif from the Minnesota Vikings at tackle. Minnesota Vikings at tackle. So that's where a lot of people are starting to potentially see a reunion with Jamar Chase. But I bring up 9th in the NFL, top 10 in sacks, and the guy played 10 games. Didn't allow an entire sack his entire college football career. Penei Sewell, offensive tackle for Oregon.
That is what he needs.
That's what the Bengals
he doesn't need another wide receiver. They got T. Higgins.
They got T. Higgins last year. They already got Tyler Boyd. Yes, they lost A.J. Green, but guess what? They sit here with the 5th pick in the 2nd round. A wide receiver can fall there. How likely are you to have a top-tier tackle fall there that you can have for Joe Burrow's entire career to be there, to be his guy?
You draft your franchise quarterback. The next year, you got to draft his left tackle, because the big thing is trust. That's your blind side. You need that. If you can get a guy like Penei Sewell, and they will grow together. And that's what the Packers did with Aaron Rodgers and David Bakhtiari, as you've mentioned before. That's what Mekhi Becton and Zach Wilson are going to be like. That's what you've got to do. You've got to get that big duo before you get the duo of the quarterback and the wide receiver. Because if he keeps getting hit from his blind side, he's going to get hurt, and he's not going to be there too much longer. And there's some good depth at the wide receiver position in this year's draft. You can get someone in the 2nd, 3rd round. It won't be Jamar Chase level, but it'll still help your offense. Right now, you've got to go with the priority in protecting your young star quarterback.
Yeah, and
the pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Big moment here.
The pick is in. So, again, I think it's going to be 50-50. It's either going to be Jamar Chase or it's got to be Penei Sewell as an offensive tackle. This is a big decision for the Cincinnati Bengals, a team who did great so far in free agency. Trey Hendrickson on defense with Chidobe Awuzie, Mike Hilton, Ricardo Allen, and Larry Ogunjobi. They lost Carl Lawson, Will Jackson, Giovanni Bernard, Geno Atkins, and John Ross is what they lost in free agency. But they gained a lot back in free agency, and ultimately it's going to come down to what they do with this pick at number 5. And that's going to shape Joe Burrow's future, I think, being the long-term quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals.
This could be the biggest selection of the draft, depending on what happens here. It's going to be one of the huge headlines. Let's just hope the Bengals are on the right side of it.
Yeah,
let's hope Joe Burrow is on the right side of it.
I think at the end of the day, I think Joe Burrow might be happy short-term tonight. The question is, how's Joe Burrow going to feel 5 years from now? That's the question that they have to answer. Joe Burrow going to feel
once the season starts and he gets hit on the first play of the game?
That's the question I think that ultimately has to be answered here. But even with Jamar Chase, I think he, could be a worthy pick since it's a 50-50 here. But again, I always said Penny Sewell the whole time. Every mock draft I had Penny Sewell going there to be the offensive lineman for the Bengals. But Jamar Chase with this offense could also be great. He's fast at attacking space. After the catch, he's great as well. Again, though, Penny Sewell, I think, has to be the guy on the offensive line.
Gotta be. It's the only. I would just feel really bad for Joe Burrow. Yes, he gets his star wide receiver.
Boys. We've got a selection.
Oh, the pick is in.
Please.
Pick is in. Now, Commissioner Grayos will take the podium. With the 5th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I would like to
with Jamar Chase.
I would like to say an official apology to Joe Burrow and send him a wellness get well soon card right now, because he will be getting hit a lot this year. Have fun. Great pick, though. Great pick for the offense.
Put it in, set in stone. Jamar Chase is teaming back up with Joe Burrow. 23 touchdowns in his career at LSU. Again, a guy who is now the top wide receiver off the board. Wide receivers, now the market is open in the NFL draft, but this is a guy, he's hard to bring down. He's electric after the catch, unfazed in contact, has great hands, very crisp route runner. We'll just see what happens here with the Cincinnati Bengals.
There's no question. In any other situation, this would be a great pick. He is an all-star. He's got great chemistry with Joe Burrow. It's just, Joe Burrow has to have enough time in the pocket to be able to get it to him for him to make an impact. So obviously, Riley Reif, big improvement on the offensive line there. You'll most likely put him on the left side, on his blind side. Hopefully that helps a little bit. But having him on one side and Penny Sewell on the other would have been huge. So it's a little disappointing, but all in all, it is a good pick. It's just later in the draft, they are going to have to do something to protect this man.
The right pick.
It's a good pick, just not the right one. That's perfect.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that one as well. But now the Miami Dolphins are on the clock for what could be, as of right now, their first time. We will see them again also at 18 potentially. But the Miami Dolphins here, I think another pick right here sitting at 6. Still some, 2 top quarterbacks on the board. Chris Greer, general manager for the Miami Dolphins. We all know he loves to trade. He's already done it twice this year, trading from 3 to 12 back up to 6. We could see him trade again here with the Miami Dolphins on the clock. But we're coming in here. Full year of Tua Tagovailoa at quarterback. In the offseason, the team added Will Fuller, Benardic McKinley, and Jacoby Brissett as the new backup quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. Defensively, they were great. 6th in scoring, 16th against the rush. Just overall a turnover machine on the defense side of the ball. But on offense, they're kind of subpar, down in the high 20 rankings, 22nd in rushing, 20th in passing. Of course, part of that was Ryan Fitzpatrick. But now, full season with Tua Tagovailoa at quarterback. Penny Sewell still on the board as an offensive lineman.
Penny Sewell still on the board, and the pick is in. Jamar Chase still holding up his Bengals jersey, and the pick is already in.
All right, Matt, what are we seeing here? Does Tua get one of his old weapons back from Alabama, or do they go with the offensive lineman?
I think so. I think they're going to go wide receiver. The offensive line, yes, it was a problem, but it wasn't that big of a deal. It'll be interesting to see which wide receiver they go with here. At the beginning of the draft process, everybody was big on Devonta Smith. Everybody thought that they were going to get him. They weren't saying much about him just to, make everybody think that they weren't going to go for him and then do it. Right now, I'm thinking it's going to be Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle's been getting a lot of traction over the past couple days and weeks. I've been seeing him a lot more in mock drafts going to the Dolphins. I probably would have had him going there if I had not had Jamar Chase going there. Mm-hmm. Kind of disappointing there. Made that last-minute change. But, I think that's a good decision. It gives you speed, good size, an explosive receiver to pair with Devontae Parker on the other side and Mike Gesicki, obviously, at tight end. I think that could end up being the pick here for Miami.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. It's unprecedented not having Penei Sewell go to Cincinnati like I thought he would. But now looking at it, Miami addressed wide receiver with Will Fuller in free agency, already
and
pairing
Will
him with
Fuller.
the
Yeah.
already paired him with the options like you just talked about in their offense. So with a young quarterback like Tua Tagovailoa, who's already had a major injury in his college career, I'm leaning more towards Penei Sewell. I think they need to add a guy on their offensive line. Last year they added, of course, Austin Jackson in the first round with their second pick. I think they go back on offensive line right here at 6 and go ahead and take Penei Sewell. They got to keep Tua upright. And, if you have your rookie quarterback in place, you're committed to him being your guy. And, we already talked about how tough the defenses are in this division already back when we were talking about the New York Jets. The same goes with that Jets defense with Robert Saleh. It's going to be a tough defense for Tua Tagovailoa to go up against as a full starter this year. I say you add protection for him.
Coming back.
Yeah, I say you add protection for him right here and get the guy that's still the top consensus player on the board right now is Penei Sewell.
It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Definitely taking
Which way they go.
Definitely taking their time building the nerves, building the anticipation. I'm excited to see, of course, what happens here.
They've spent more time with the pick is in than they were on the clock.
Yeah. It's usually how it goes here. But again, Devonta Smith, the Heisman winner, could pair up back with Tua Tagovailoa. Jalen Waddle, again, could pair back up with Tua Tagovailoa. 2 Alabama wide receivers. It's either going to be one of these 2 Alabama wide receivers or it's going to be Penei Sewell here, you would have to think. The pick's in. They're not trading back. It's going to be set here. What do the Miami Dolphins do with their first pick in the first round? Let's see what we got.
All right, boys, we have a selection.
So we got here.
All right,
what
Chris
does
Greer.
Tua get? Protection or a weapon?
What does Tua Tagovailoa get?
With the 6th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Alabama.
All right. It's not what I said.
That's not bad.
Penei Sewell now dropping to the 7th pick. Still not an offensive lineman off the board. That's surprising in my opinion. But Jalen Waddle, great pick by the Miami Dolphins. Either way, this guy is probably one of the most aggressive wide receivers. Tremendous catch radius. That's the trait that really separates him out of all these other wide receivers. But the real thing with Jalen Waddle is his deep threat ability. Possessing speed off the line of scrimmage, a very clean route runner, and they already talked about it. And just his breaks in and out, his separation and his speed in and out of breaks is what separates Jalen Waddle, being able to get open. Tua Tagovailoa last year struggled finding receivers to get open. The speed Jalen Waddle has out of his breaks and the route running ability he has, if he can rehab fully through that ankle fracture, this is a great pick, I think, by the Miami Dolphins.
There's no question about it. He's a defender's worst nightmare. He's got great lateral quickness, explosiveness off the line, is able to create separation. As you said, one of the things that Tua had a tough time finding last season. It's going to be huge, especially since he already has some chemistry with Waddle. And that's going to be a big thing. If he can rekindle that connection that they had at Alabama, this could be a dangerous offense because Jalen Waddle is going to make a huge impact. And even if he isn't the one to get the ball, he is going to make defenders think and open up all the other guys like Fuller, Gesicki, and Parker. No matter what, he's either going to be the guy that gets the ball or going to be a huge distraction. And I just think no matter what, it's going to be a huge improvement for this offense.
And speaking of distractions, the 7th pick from the Detroit Lions, which many people thought they would trade down, they're picking right here at 7 with the pick in, boys.
That is very surprising. Detroit, I think, should have traded down. That should have been their very first option. They're in full rebuild mode. And, I don't know what they're going to go here.
Is this Penei Sewell?
Penei Sewell still here.
Penei Sewell still on the board?
Devonta Smith still here. They lost all of their wide receivers last year. Kenny Galladay and Marvin Jones leaving. They got Jared Goff at quarterback in the trade where they shipped away Matthew Stafford. Is Jared Goff their guy? I mean, they got Holmes in as their general manager now. John Dorsey also coming in. He's had, a lot of consideration with this pick. And Holmes, he traded up for Jared Goff back when he was drafted by the LA Rams. And John Dorsey, when he was involved with the Kansas City Chiefs, they traded up for Patrick Mahomes. They've shown they haven't been afraid to take a quarterback in the past. They've been aggressive with quarterbacks, two guys who are leading, their war room right now. And, of course, Dan Campbell. We see what kind of wild man he is. Detroit could also go quarterback right here. It would not surprise me.
It would be interesting.
It would not surprise me with Mac Jones and Justin Fields still sitting there, considering they didn't trade down. But also, like I said, a full rebuild team. Penny Sewell would be, again, a great pick right here to build a continued success of a franchise. Starts in the trenches, still the best offensive linemen on the board.
And again, them not trading down must mean, and they picked so quickly, it's got to mean that there's somebody there that they just feel they have to take, and someone who they thought was not going to be there.
That's why I'm leaning towards Penny Sewell, because a lot of people thought he was going 5, if not 6. Falls here to 7. It's going to be interesting to see what Detroit does.
It'll be interesting. I definitely do think it probably would have been best for them to trade down, gain a couple extra draft picks.
Oh, yeah, I mean, first.
Hey.
Yeah, for
sure.
You're
going to do it.
Detroit only has 6 picks this year. That's why I said they should have traded down. Yep. But, they're in a prime spot to do so, sitting at 7 with 2 quarterbacks still on the board. But they're going to go with a pick here. And let's see what happens. Brad Holmes has had some great scouting in his career with the LA Rams on pass catchers. So maybe that can come into play in the later rounds if they elect to not take the Heisman winner in Devonta Smith. They do need wide receivers like we talked about. But, again, I think the big play for their franchise here is going to be going with Penny Sewell in their offensive line.
That'd be huge. I know Jared Goff would be happy if he gets Penny Sewell here, as he's going to want some protection. He's going to need some time to be able to throw the ball to the non-existent receivers pretty much on that roster right now.
We got the screen behind the commissioner, hopefully switching to the Detroit Lions as well. There we go. Now the Lions are here. Now we're ready for a pick. The pick is in. So let's see what happens. Jared Goff get a weapon or does Jared Goff get help? We just talked about it with Tua.
And not in just waiting.
Yeah, but again, just waiting longer after the pick is in than we were waiting for the actual selection to be made. But while we're waiting, last year Detroit finished 5-11. Of course, missed the playoffs. Their rookie class, Jeff Okudah, only played 9 games, dealing with some injuries. Hope to have him back and being a guy that, they drafted him 3rd overall for a reason. DeAndre Swift also played 13 games, had 10 touchdowns as a rookie at running back. So they had some great success from rookies last year. And we'll see if that can pan out here with who they pick at number 7 as well. And then, what they brought in the offseason, they got Tyrell Williams at wide receiver, who's looking like he's going to be their number 1 guy as of right now. And also, Michael Brocker's on the D-line. They did bring in Brashad Perriman and Jamal Adams also coming into their running back room. That already has, like I said, DeAndre Swift and Kerryon Johnson. Let's see what we can get here. See what the Detroit Lions do to get out of the depths of the NFC North.
It'll be interesting. They address the offense.
Hold up there, Matt.
Oh, the selection made.
Selection's been made.
Come on, give me Sewell right here.
Come on, let's see it.
With the 7th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Penny Sewell.
There it is.
Here we go.
There it is. Great move. Of course, a lot of talk right now is the Heisman winner, Devonta Smith, still on the board after 2 wide receivers have been taken. And he doesn't go to a team that needs a wide receiver desperately. But I think for a team who's in full rebuild, this was a great pick. I did not expect him to be this low. And like I said, if you're a rebuilding team, you start it in the trenches. Penny Sewell is a great pickup right there by the Detroit Lions.
I think out of all the teams here, I think Carolina's a little bit disappointed because they saw Penny Sewell dropping, not thinking that Detroit would go for it, and they snag him right before. But no, great pick by the Lions here. Obviously not ideal. Probably should have traded back to get some more draft capital as a rebuilding team. but they're protecting their quarterback, Jared Goff, giving him more time. It's a great job. And, that could mean, we were talking about earlier, how they try to draft. You always try to get your left tackle and your quarterback for the future close together. This could mean in the next year or two, next draft or two, they go for their franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something I can see coming up here for the Detroit Lions. Jared Goff, he's got a big price on his head, and I don't know how long he will be panning out with the Detroit Lions. I think in anything, they got him just to get rid of Matthew Stafford, and he's just going to be a short-term project kind of guy for this offense and for this team going forward. But now on the clock, we see the keep pounding behind Gray, the Carolina Panthers. And then I'm going to say it again, another opportunity for a trade down, another team that could still be looking to add a couple more pieces than what they can get here at 8. Justin Fields still on the board. The Carolina Panthers did trade for Sam Darnold, but Justin Fields and Mac Jones both on the board. We just talked about if Jared Goff's going to be the guy for the Lions. Could Sam Darnold be the long-term guy for the Panthers, or do they get some competition here at number 8?
What do they trade down?
Yeah, trade down I think is the best possibility for them, but the pick's not in. It could still happen here. Anxious to see what Carolina does right here.
With the Panthers.
On my board, Penny Sewell is the top pick, obviously, for the Panthers if he made it there. But second option for the Panthers, I have trade down. So I'm excited to see if we get a move here. Our first trade on draft night could happen here. And again, another first-year general manager could be on the phone here.
A lot of rookies.
A lot of rookies this year.
In this draft.
It's a guy who's coming over from the Seattle Seahawks, frequently traded down with the Seahawks, and also has never picked higher than 27 during his time in the Seahawks. So interested to see what happens.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting.
They do not trade down. The pick is in. Keep going, Matt.
So for me, now with the pick in, I think for me they just go the next best available offensive lineman here in Rashawn Slater. I think they're going to stick with Sam Darnold for now. I don't see them bringing in a guy like Mac Jones or Justin Fields. It is possible. Maybe have a quarterback competition this offseason, but I think the biggest thing is they want to try to get protection for wherever that quarterback is. And getting Rashawn Slater would be huge, which means I think they'd rather spend this pick on an offensive lineman rather than adding another quarterback with this pick.
So, specifically, if you're looking at best available right now, it's got to be one of the wide receivers, specifically Devontae Smith. And so, Devontae Smith just is going to keep sliding. Would he end up maybe in Denver with Jerry Jeudy again?
That'd be interesting.
It's very interesting to say the least here. And I think with the Carolina Panthers right here, Penny Sewell's off the board. Next available offensive lineman, Rashawn Slater. Could be a guy to help out Sam Darnold on the offensive line. As you already talked about, of course, Devonta Smith, the Heisman winner. But I think Carolina might also go with defense and be the team to take the first defensive player off the board here.
That's true. 7 picks have been made. 7 offensive players.
We'll just have to see what happens here with the Carolina Panthers. Last year, all defensive players in the draft. Could they be the first team to take a defensive one here tonight? Coming in free agency, of course, Sam Darnold at quarterback and A.J. Boye, Hassan Reddick at outside linebacker, Denzel Perryman at linebacker as well, and David Moore. We all know trade away Teddy Bridgewater yesterday. Also lost Kawan Short, Mike Davis, and Curtis Samuel at wide receiver. So there is a hole there at wide receiver, potentially, if they want to fill it here with this pick. I'm excited to see what the Panthers do.
That'll be interesting because obviously right now I have them going offensive line to help Sam Darnold because as they saw over the last 3 years with New York, he had some trouble there with protection. So that's where I have them going. But going Devonta Smith would be very interesting because that is a huge hole left there by Curtis Samuel, him leaving and joining the Washington football team via free agency. He was a big part of their offense. Adding a guy like Devonta Smith, current Heisman Trophy winner from Alabama, I think that would be a big, big acquisition, especially for a guy like Sam Darnold that needs everything that he can get.
And again, I'm not going to rule out the fact that we could see Justin Fields or Mac Jones go here. I don't really know if Matt Rule is entirely sold on Sam Darnold. He said the trade frees him up to pick the best player available, but he did say that he will continue to look at the quarterbacks in the first round.
All right, boys, we got a selection.
All right, the pick is in.
Pick is in.
What do the Panthers
With the
do?
8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn.
Wow.
So they
South
do go
Carolina.
corner. Defense again, continuing the same trend from last year. And J.C. Horn, not many people saw him as the first cornerback off the board. A lot of people saw Patrick Surtain, including myself, as a top cornerback in this year's class. But I think J.C. Horn is going to be a great addition to this defense in Carolina. And, I think he's probably the most physical cornerback in the entire class. And you're pairing him up with a guy that they already got a few years back when they got help me with it, Matt. Cornerback
what were you saying?
Cornerback for the Panthers.
Cornerback?
Cornerback.
Oh. Wow.
Glancing my mind right here.
Bradbury?
No, not Bradbury. He left. But anyways, moving on. So again, just bringing in another prime quarterback to go with him. Just completely lost my mind right here. But again, just bringing in a great cornerback as well to continue building on with that defense of the Carolina Panthers.
It's an interesting move. I wasn't expecting him to be the first corner off the board. Wasn't really expecting the Panthers to go corner there. But it's definitely a good pick. I like him. He's a good press man corner. He'll definitely help in the passing game on the defensive side of the ball. Overall, it's a great pick.
Yeah, and it came back to me now. Dante Jackson. Adding him.
Yes.
Adding J.C. Horn at corner with Dante Jackson. That's, they needed help in their secondary. Very surprised they went here and got it in round 1 with the 8th overall pick. And in my opinion, I am very surprised. Not something I definitely saw coming from the Carolina Panthers. And still, 2 quarterbacks on the board. Everyone said 5 could go in the top 10. We've only seen 3 thus far through 8 picks. Only 2 picks remaining in the top 10.
We got Denver coming up next. They're a team that could get a quarterback or possibly trade down with someone that wants a quarterback. So this could be a very interesting pick right here. Obviously, Dallas, I think they're going to stay. So really, they're going to go corner here, I think, at number 10. I don't think they'll trade back either. So Denver here at number 9. This will be the pick. Who's going to go in the top 10? Is it going to be Mac Jones? Is it going to be Justin Fields? Or are both of them going to drop out of the top 10 and fall into the teens? It'll be interesting.
Another thing, Denver Broncos, the tea leaves have been saying they're in on on the sweepstakes for Aaron Rodgers, like we talked about in the pre-show. Did the Green Bay Packers make a move and deal Aaron Rodgers away and end up getting this 8th overall pick right here? That's, in my opinion, what is going to be the thing to watch.
That could be interesting.
Denver yesterday traded for Teddy Bridgewater. 2 quarterbacks still on the board here at 9th overall. And on the trade block, potentially, is Aaron Rodgers. What do the Denver Broncos do? That is the question right now. And, again, could go defense. If they go defense, Patrick Surtain at corner. Yes, I know they also already added Kyle Fuller and Ronald Darby at corner in the offseason. Does that mean they go linebacker here and go with a guy like Micah Parsons out of Penn State as well? That's another option that they could pursue here.
Yeah, see, I definitely have Denver going linebacker. I think that's a big need for them. But I do have them trading back, but not with someone that has a quarterback. I had them trading with Arizona because they do have a big hole to fill at corner with the leaving of Patrick Peterson. And now that J.C. Horn is gone, they might be They might need to trade up here in order to get one of those guys, Patrick Surtain, Caleb Farley, Asante Samuel, any of those guys. They probably won't trade up for those last two, but getting a guy like Patrick Surtain would be huge for them. Big filling need there for Patrick Peterson.
Another just nugget I have here, George Payton, general manager for the Denver Broncos, during his time in Minnesota, his two favorite positions to target, offensive tackle and corner. I talked about the two corners they added in free agency. We could see Rashawn Slater here. I think that very well could be an option.
That'd be interesting, yep.
Ben Albright, an insider for the Denver Broncos, in his mock draft linked Rashawn Slater to the Denver Broncos. The Broncos could go with the second offensive tackle off the board in this year's class.
That means the Dallas Cowboys wouldn't even have to trade up to try and take Patrick Surtain, who they were pretty much eyeing the entire time.
And that would be the case. And very interesting. Of course, continuing on with the Denver Broncos, last year went two wide receivers back-to-back to start their draft class with Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler. Both guys played over 13 games, and both of them had 3 touchdowns. So wide receivers look set. And quarterback potentially could be set as well with a battle between Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. Still no pick is in, though. Still could be trying to dial up a trade.
There can't be much time left.
Yes, they could.
They're definitely thinking about this one.
Still could be trying to dial up a trade. Denver, I don't know. I'm kind of torn here, but I do think that Slater might be the best player available for the Denver Broncos. Looking at their team needs and what they need to work on, just adding another guy on their offensive line could be the right decision to go with this offense.
Yeah, and you were talking about earlier, they've got a great young offensive core there. Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Cortland Sutton, Noah Fant. It might be beneficial for them to go and get a guy like Rashawn Slater to give Drew Lock some more time there in the pocket. That could also help him with his development, keep him a little healthier. I think Rashawn Slater would end up being a good pick for them here if they decide to stay at number 9.
Yeah, and outside of what we saw, or what we talked about, of their whole linebacker they do have on defense, the rest of it's solid. They're bringing back Von Miller, got him re-signed. He's coming back, hopefully having a fully healthy season. Justin Simmons, he got the bag. He got extended, one of the top safeties in the NFL. And also Shelby Harris, defensive end, got re-signed as well. So they've addressed defense a lot. Of course, they lost Jarrell Casey at defensive tackle, but they've addressed defense a lot in free agency. I still lean towards Rashawn Slater here if the Denver Broncos do select here at number 8. Or excuse me, number 9.
I got some good news for you.
Oh?
The Denver Broncos have not traded this pick to the Green Bay Packers for Aaron Rodgers because they have made a pick. The pick is in.
Oh, you survived another pick. How do you feel?
Another pick.
9 picks in that are locked or selected. Aaron Rodgers is still a Green Bay Packer. We're feeling great right now. Denver, crossing him off the list of a team potentially in the market for Aaron Rodgers. But pick is in for the Denver Broncos. They're selecting. We'll see what happens.
Let's see what they do here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Their offense last year was 28th in scoring, despite all the weapons we've talked about. Just couldn't connect with Drew Lock. And, of course, they didn't have a full offseason to mesh together last year because of COVID. All of it was cut short. And, Drew Lock already, I think, needs more time at quarterback. I still think he could be the answer that they go with. And I think the best course of scenario still is just going to be going with Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern at offensive tackle.
All right, gentlemen.
Let's see what we got.
With the 9th pick of the 2020-21 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Patrick Surtain II.
Wow.
Cornerback, Alabama.
Cornerback. They did it.
Wow, so they do go corner despite adding 2. The Dallas Cowboys have to be furious right now at 10.
And nothing could make me happier.
Both corners are off the board for the Dallas Cowboys. And Denver adds Patrick Surtain out of Alabama to their secondary. Wow.
Very interesting.
I mean, not saying it's
Very
not a bad
interesting
choice
here.
by any means, but not one.
No, it's not.
Not one I saw coming in. Patrick Surtain coming in is a son of a former NFL player. He shows all the elite qualities of being a top corner in the NFL. And, outside of, him and Horn, I think this year are going to battle it out to see who's going to be the top guy. But just Patrick Surtain's length, his IQ, his outside physicality, going to be really interested to see, in my opinion, what they do with their corners. Got Ronald Darby, got Kyle Fuller as well, and now Surtain. I want to see how they line it up and who's going to be their guy covering their number one receivers. But it does make sense. You think about their division they're in with the Kansas City Chiefs and the LA Chargers, two potential high-powered offenses. Of course, we know the Chiefs are. They got another guy that can cover all of those weapons that the Kansas City Chiefs have. And that might have been their main thought process here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a bad move by the Denver Broncos. You can always use some help in the secondary, especially in a division that has wide receivers like Tyreek Hill in it. It's a good move. I'm definitely disappointed that they didn't go with offensive tackle or linebacker here because those are definitely two holes that could have been fixed. But this does open up the opportunity for Dallas to get the number 2 tackle in this draft in Rashawn Slater. Yes, defense is their big priority, but they did have some problems with the offensive line last year. It's nowhere near what it used to be when they had the best offensive line in the NFL. So this could open up an opportunity for them to give Dak some more protection and also open up the running game a little bit for Pollard and Elliott.
Yeah, and also Jerry Jones, his draft philosophy is going with the best player available. I mean, in 2014, he took Zach Martin, and they didn't need offensive line help. Last year, they took CeeDee Lamb in the first round at 18 when he started to slide down the board, and they already had Michael Gallup and Amari Cooper. So Jerry Jones is known to ignore his needs in the first round and take the best player available. And like you said, in my opinion, Dak Prescott, who had a season-ending injury last year, the best player available might be adding more depth up front with Rashawn Slater.
And yeah, the big need for the Cowboys on defense is in the passing game. That's their biggest worry. And the top 2 guys are already off the board. You've got guys like Caleb Farley, but obviously we've seen that he's had some injury concerns in the NFL. He's dropping out of people's mock drafts in the first round. And guys like Asante Samuel and Greg Newsome, most likely not going to be picked this high up. They're definitely late first round, early second round guys. So I'm definitely thinking that they will go with the offensive line here. Protect. Hopefully help their offense score some more points.
And with the top 2 corners off the board, if Dallas wants to improve their horrid defense, they did lose Sean Lee to retirement earlier in the week. They could go linebacker here and do something and, maybe get a guy like Micah Parsons here, but Dallas still hasn't made a pick. Interested to see what they do here, sitting at 10. Very interesting to see. Dallas Cowboys finished.
Do you think they might trade down here because they saw the 2 cornerbacks go off the board? Do they trade down?
They could trade down. They did see both of their, like you said, top options off the board by the time they picked. Very interesting to see.
It'll be interesting
what the Dallas Cowboys will do right here at 10. If they can lock in a pick.
Well, speak of the devil.
Did they trade down?
Dallas Cowboys have traded their pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Whoa.
What?
Trading
in division?
In the division. Oh, my.
They have traded to the Philadelphia Eagles, and they are on the clock.
That is something you do not see often.
They're going ahead of the Giants and getting Devonta, I think, here.
Does the Eagles could come up, the Eagles could come up here. Their big weakness as well was, of course, corner. I talked about the Eagles should jump and leapfrog the Cowboys to take one of the top corners, but both gone. But the Eagles, instead of leapfrogging the Cowboys, trade with them. This is definitely going to be interesting. They are big on drafting offense in the first round, the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's not worked out well for them in the past. And just in the draft, what we've seen from the Philadelphia Eagles, how he whiffed. In 2019, he took J.J. Arcea-Whiteside over DK Metcalf in the second round. last year we all know took Jalen Reagor in the first round over Justin Jefferson. Now he doesn't have a choice at wide receiver. The one is sitting there, and it's the Heisman winner.
Remind me of who the starting quarterback right now for the Eagles is.
Jalen Hurts?
Do you think Jalen Hurts is? Do you think he's sustainable?
Do the Eagles go with Mac Jones or Justin Fields?
Or Justin Fields?
I mean,
Oh, my.
They didn't commit to Jalen Hurts.
They did not commit to Jalen Hurts, but
I don't know why they would trade up.
Well, it makes sense with the Eagles trading up. They do have the most picks did have the most picks. Interested to see what they gave up to move up to there, but I am interested to see what happens here with the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know why you would leapfrog there over Dallas and over the Giants if you're going to take a quarterback, unless you're scared of maybe the Patriots coming up to take one. But I don't understand if the Eagles take a quarterback here. I don't think that's their number one need.
The only thing I can think of is going Devonta Smith here, because the Giants are obviously in the wide receiver market right now in the draft, possibly going with Devonta being the last of the top three receivers. That's the only real thing that I can think of, especially trading with division rivals here. Giants are another one of those division rivals. You don't want them to improve. It'll be interesting. But I could definitely see the Eagles jumping there just to get ahead of the Giants and grabbing their guy at wide receiver.
And all three of these teams have bigger needs than offensive tackle. So does that mean Rashawn Slater now falls down the board to Justin Herbert and the Chargers?
That will be interesting to see. And
that would be interesting.
So I believe, looking at it, the Eagles gave up their first-round pick, which is 12. So in 2 picks, we'll see the Dallas Cowboys again.
Yep.
And a third-round pick. So a first and a third-round pick.
Yeah, I believe it was number 84.
So that's pretty cheap to move up, obviously, into the top 10, but you're only moving up 2 spots. This is interesting. I think it has to be the Heisman winner. Jalen Hurts needs some weapons on offense. The Eagles, they're losing Deshaun Jackson and Alshon Jeffrey this year.
Yep.
Their wide receiver room was already thin whenever both were hurt last year. I think they do get the Heisman winner at wide receiver.
So the Eagles start with the 6th overall pick, trade down to 12th, and now they traded back up to 10th.
A lot of moving around.
This is going to be interesting. For an offense who finished 28th in passing, do they get a Heisman winner at wide receiver? And it's interesting because the Eagles, like I said, the last 2 drafts whiffed on wide receivers, having to pick their guy that they wanted. And this year, one might have fallen to them. Instead of them having to pick between 2 players, there's one left out of this first crop that they can go with. Very interesting to see here. Head coach Nick Sirianni, first year with the Philadelphia Eagles. Interesting to see what happens here with Jalen Hurts.
Once again, the pick is in, but taking their sweet time getting to the podium.
Yeah, Roger Goodell's going to get his
Jalen Hurts will be
in.
happy if he gets Devonta.
Very happy.
So Eagles, top corners off the board, 2 top receivers off of the board.
To the podium. We've got a pick, gentlemen.
There we go. What do we got?
For the 10th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devonta Smith, wide receiver, Alabama.
Smart move, trading up, getting their guy at wide receiver in Devonta Smith. Matt, what are your thoughts?
It's definitely the right move. They got their guy. They needed a wide receiver help here. And Devonta Smith is one of the best wide receivers that we've seen in the past couple of years coming out of college. Obviously, throughout the draft process, we've been seeing many different orders. Any of the 3 guys could have gone first. Devonta Smith just happens to be the one that falls to the Philadelphia Eagles. And really quick, I just saw The Giants are currently having trade talks right now for pick number 11, so that's something to watch in the next couple minutes.
Do we see back-to-back
Don't know
trades?
what's going to happen there. But yeah, no, I think Devonta Smith's definitely the right thing. As you mentioned, they were 27th in passing last year, losing 2 key wide receivers and adding the current Heisman Trophy winner. It's going to be a big help for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I think it was a great move adding in, of course, Devonta Smith into this offense for Jalen Hurts. And Devonta Smith, while I said Jamar Chase was a perfect route runner, while I said Jalen Waddle was perfect at getting in and out of his breaks and being the most aggressive wide receiver, I still think the best deep threat is Devonta Smith at wide receiver. He can win any foot race against any corner, and he showed that in his time with Alabama. And let's just see, the interesting thing with Devonta Smith was his weight. And that's why I think he fell here down to 10. But if he plays strong, he gets out of his, presses off the line of scrimmage. The upside is key here to being a deep threat. This is exactly what the Eagles had with Deshaun Jackson, exactly what they're getting back. Even better, even with more upside in Devonta Smith. This guy's just an exceptional playmaking ability. Great catch radius to go along with his speed. I like this guy. A guy who had 46 touchdowns. 23 of them were last season when he won the Heisman. Great pick here by the Philadelphia Eagles. But looking behind our commissioner, Gray Oss, the Giants are now on the clock. The second team in the NFC East to pick here in the first round. Matt, what are we thinking for the Giants? Still an offensive tackle on the board. What can we see here from the New York Giants?
I'll tell you what. I don't think the Giants are picking here. I'll tell you that.
You don't think so?
Nope. I do not think so.
Do we got?
And I think our commissioner, Gray Ost,
Do we got some news from the commissioner?
is about to figure that out.
We got some news, gentlemen.
Is there a trade?
There's been a trade. The Chicago Bears
You'll like this one.
are now on the clock.
The Chicago
Quarterback?
Bears coming up to
Justin
pick 11.
Fields
Is
or
this
Mac
Justin
Jones?
Fields?
Justin Fields or Mac Jones? It has to be Chicago trading up for a quarterback. You would have to
How
think.
about Gettleman trading down?
Gettleman
doesn't
trading down
happen.
is the big.
That doesn't
That
happen.
is the bigger news. Gettleman has never traded down in any of his 8 drafts as a general manager, and he just did it.
And he dropped all the way down to 20. That shows that he really did not like anybody here.
Thank you for
His
that.
guy is gone.
So now at 11, the Chicago Bears coming in here. They got Andy Dalton in the offseason. They struck out, of course, with Russell Wilson. All the stuff came out with Deshaun Watson. Missed out on that. They settled with Andy Dalton, but doesn't look like they're going to not continue to address that position. Moving up here, it's got to be Justin
If you're
Fields.
moving up 9 spots, you're drafting a quarterback here, and for me, it's got to be Justin Fields. You're not trading up 9 picks for Mac Jones here. They saw that Justin Fields was on the board, and they got to go for it. I think Justin Fields has been slipping really this entire process for really not many reasons at all. It's just he's been kind of falling, and I think the Bears are going to take advantage of that because they do not want the Patriots to get him at 15. It'll be interesting to see what they do here. I'm all on the Justin Fields train here. I think that's going to be the pick here.
Yeah.
The pick is in, Matt Laguza.
Okay, the pick is in my mock draft. Just real quick, at 20, I did have Mac Jones at 20 and said that Chicago will have to trade up if they want him. Chicago did trade up here, and going quarterback, we saw this song and dance before. Back when they signed Mike Glennon and drafted Mitchell Trubisky, this year signing Andy Dalton. And who will they draft this time?
They're just going to hope this works out a little better than the last time.
Well, the good news is for this quarterback, and if it is a quarterback, of course, as expected, trading up. The good news is they did bring back Allen Robinson on a franchise tag, and Darryl Mooney going into his second year, a guy who, in my opinion, is set to shine this year in the NFL and being one of the top second options at wide receiver. He was there for Mitch Trubisky being that guy last year. Mitch Trubisky just couldn't hit him, and we saw it in the playoffs. Just a big drop, or a big miss early in the playoffs for Darryl Mooney. I think Darryl Mooney has tremendous upside here this season at wide receiver if the Bears get a new quarterback right here.
Yeah, no, Darnell Mooney was definitely one of my favorite rookies last year at the wide receiver position. He's a great deep threat. And now if they can get a quarterback, this is going to be a dangerous offense here in Chicago with Allen Robinson on one side and Darnell Mooney on the other. They're just hoping this time the quarterback can throw the ball.
Let's see what happens here.
We'll see what happens.
Interesting. Chicago trading up into.
This cost the Bears a hefty price. The Bears giving up picks number 20, 164, and a 2022 first-round pick.
Wow, 2 first-round picks. And another
that's
pick
a lot.
as well. Definitely a big choice.
Good move for the Giants.
And, of course,
Giants getting an extra first-round pick.
Their head coach and their GM on the hot seat this year. This was the time where they needed to make a splash. This season, their job's on the line. And drafting their future quarterback right here potentially could be the decision that might keep their jobs after this season.
And we got the selection right here.
Here we go.
Waiting for confirmation from the commissioner.
See what happens here. Mac Jones or Justin Fields.
They're announcing the Bears traded first.
The anticipation
The anticipation is killing me.
is brewing right
It is
now.
brutal.
A
Give
huge
me the pick.
decision here for the
They are
NFC
announcing
North
the
division.
draft-a-thon after probably the biggest trade so far. And here it is, boys. With the 11th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback,
There it
Ohio
is.
State.
Justin
There it
Fields, the new quarterback of the Chicago Bears after trading up. Mac Jones still on the board, 11 picks in. Very interesting decision here.
Very interesting. It's a good move by Chicago. They get up, they get their QB now. They did just pay Andy Dalton, and they still have a lot of money there for Nick Foles. And now they go ahead and use their first-round pick, which they trade up and give next year's first-round pick as well for another quarterback. It's a little interesting move here, but definitely a good one. Justin Fields is a great quarterback. He was for a long time the second best quarterback in this draft before Zach Wilson started moving up boards, and then Trey Lance started moving up boards. But no, Justin Fields is a great quarterback. He does have the Ohio State curse there, so we'll see what happens. Ohio State quarterbacks
I know about that.
We know, Greg. How was Dwayne Haskins?
Don't ask. Don't mention that name in my presence.
But no, it's definitely going to be interesting to see if he starts right out of the gate. That'll be interesting because they do have a lot of money in those other two quarterbacks.
Well, think about this. There's three of the four of the top 5 quarterbacks are off the board now. So say the Patriots pass or trade down. How far does Mac Jones fall?
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers is still a Packer so far.
Aaron Rodgers is still a
Still
Packer.
a Packer.
I'm still on the train for Rashawn Slater. He's dropping down the board. If you're the Dallas Cowboys, you should go and get him. It's going to be a huge improvement for your offensive line and definitely open up the holes for the running game. But it'll be interesting to see because you did mention Sean Lee retiring, and you've got two linebackers, Mika Parsons and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah out of Notre Dame. So those are two guys that you could see go here to Dallas to try to fill that void and sit next to Leighton Vander Esch in the middle of that defense for the Cowboys. But considering the fact that Leighton Vander Esch is there, I still think that they go offensive line because I think Vander Esch can hold down the fort there in the middle of that defense. If there was another cornerback available, then I could see the Dallas Cowboys going defense here.
And the pick is in.
Yep. This is also going to be very interesting to see with the LA Chargers with the next pick. They're at 13. They could end up getting their guy in Rashawn Slater here. I don't think they were expecting that at all. But that could be huge for the LA Chargers depending on what happens here.
Pick is in. Well, the pick is in, so I don't think he's making another move. So
Here we go.
I got a hunch this might be defense here. Once again, the pick is in curse doesn't mean that they're announcing the pick. It just means that they have the card. I mean, you got to think here. I mean, the main graphic showed that Dallas Cowboys one of the worst scoring defenses in the NFL, and so they're going to need somebody to come in and help them out.
So see, Cowboys, the pick is in. See what happens here.
Once again, they are the NFL right now, and ESPN is promoting Draftathon with Roger Goodell instead of announcing the pick.
So Dallas Cowboys, again, like we said, had a little bit of some technical hiccups, but Dallas could go defense. Top two linebackers, obviously, or all the linebackers on the board. Still not a linebacker taken. We also have Rashawn Slater on the offensive line. At tackle could go here, and also Kwity Paye we could have penciled in.
Gotta cut you off here, Cole. Selection's in.
All right, the pick is in for the
Let's
Dallas
see
Cowboys.
what they do.
With the 12th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mika Parsons, linebacker, Penn State.
That's
They went defense.
So they did go defense. Mika Parsons off the board. First linebacker here off the board in the NFL draft. Coming in to the Dallas Cowboys. A guy who I thought and still think could be an instant long-term franchise guy. And I think this really shows how much they really liked and trusted Sean Lee on this defense. Him retiring, the Dallas Cowboys must have thought that'd be a big impact to their defense. Fill that hole immediately here with Micah Parsons in the first round.
There's no question. Micah Parsons is one of the best all-around defenders in this draft. He's a great tackler. He's got great range. And the one concern that people had was his character issues, but obviously not an issue here for Dallas. They go for the best defender available, and they fill a huge hole left by Sean Lee's retirement. So it is a good move by Dallas. They didn't get the corner that they wanted, but they're able to fill another hole on defense. And obviously, as we've talked about, defense was a huge problem for them last year, and this is just one little patch. There's still a lot to cover, but it is a start. It is something that they'll need to work on, and I think this is going to be a little bit of a pattern here for the Cowboys in this year's draft, as they're going to be filling a lot of holes on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, offense looks pretty set in stone with what they were able to establish last year. Even after losing Dak Prescott, the offense still somewhat able to hold their own as the season progressed. Dak Prescott's coming back this year. Hope to have Ezekiel Elliott back in form. And a full season now with Dak Prescott with his big three wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, and Amari Cooper for the Dallas Cowboys. But up next, the LA Chargers at 13. And in my mock draft,
Slater's falling into their lap.
Slater is still there for the LA Chargers. I had them trading up in the first round in my mock draft to select Rashawn Slater.
Yep.
Here he is sitting right in their laps to add another guy on their offensive line. Interesting to see what the Chargers go. I think this is a no-brainer. I don't see any other picks that the Chargers can go with. Looking at what I have for the Chargers, Surtain and Horn are gone. Waddle is gone. Devonta Smith is gone. The next one is the top tackle in Rashawn Slater here for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Also, a side note, when he went to shake hands with the commissioner, Micah Parsons was picked up by Roger Goodell, physically lifted off of the ground.
Roger Goodell in the weight room. Look at him.
In the weight room, commish.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I don't think there's any question here that they go offensive line. I had the same thing as you. I had them trading up to grab Rashawn Slater. It saves them a couple draft picks. Big for them if they end up going with that. The only other need that I could see them addressing in the first round would have been tight end, but obviously the only one worth going for in this first round was Kyle Pitts. Mm-hmm. So I really don't think there's any other option here other than to go with offensive tackle.
And again, just here on the, Chargers on the clock, not the screen, but we're getting there with our commissioner. But the Chargers here at 13. See what they did this year in free agency. New head coach Brandon Staley coming from the Los Angeles Rams, staying in the city. And also coming in, Matt Fiedler on the offensive line, at tackle. And Corey Linsley, all-pro center from the Green Bay Packers. They added him also up front for Justin Herbert. And going back to pick number 5, when we saw the Bengals pass up on Sewell for Jamar Chase, we could see the Chargers make the right choice in adding protection up front for their young franchise quarterback. The Chargers are doing it right if they go with Slater right here, in my opinion.
Yeah, you've seen throughout the offseason so far, they have prioritized beefing up that offensive line because they know they need to protect their young star quarterback. They've got a good amount of weapons on offense. Obviously, they did lose Hunter Henry, which is going to be a huge loss for them. But they know the most important thing right now is to protect Justin Herbert. So I believe that they're going to go Rashawn Slater here, and maybe I could see them going and addressing the tight end position later in this draft, maybe adding another wide receiver later, something along those lines to give him some more help. But right now, the priority should be protecting him, and Rashawn Slater would be the perfect person to put on the left side of that offensive line and protect Justin on his blind side.
Yeah, and even if they don't put Rashawn Slater at tackle, he's a guy who can play all 5 positions
Yep.
up front. And I think he is a great player to have on your offensive line, no matter where you put him, because if injuries happen like they do in the NFL, you have a guy that has the ability to come in and play any spot on the offensive line. Pro Football Focus rated him 90 overall overall and 89.1 in run protection as well, run blocking. So this is a guy who's really strong at the point of attack and anchors himself very well in pass protection, very dominant in run blocking as well. Great lateral mobility. I think this would be a great pick here by the LA Chargers.
He's extremely versatile, one of the best offensive linemen that we see in this year's draft. So it'll definitely be interesting to see. And as we saw last year, you did mention that he is a very good run blocking offensive lineman. And that's one of the things that they're going to need to do. They're going to need to open up the running game a little bit this year. And that'll help Justin Herbert as well, open up the field for some more deep balls. So Rashawn Slater will not only protect Justin Herbert, but also help him develop and keep him safe.
Yeah, I'm excited, honestly, to see what the Chargers what they can do this year. Last year they went 7-9. That is very solid for a quarterback.
A lot of one-possession games as well.
A lot of one-possession games they lost, and Justin Herbert came in week 2, pretty much played the entire season. 15 of the 16 games he started, 31 touchdowns, broke the NFL rookie quarterback record. Only 10 interceptions, won Rookie of the Year as well. Justin Herbert and this team with new head coach Brandon Staley, I think, has the potential to rise up in the AFC. Not just the AFC West, but the AFC as a whole. The LA Chargers could be a sleeper team next year with Justin Herbert. I'm very high on him. They pretty much filled all of the needs they had that they lost in free agency. They lost Hunter Henry at tight end, like you talked about needing one, but they also brought in Jared Cook, who's a very productive tight end. Little aging-wise on him, going on the wrong side of 30. But still, filled a lot of the holes they had on their entire roster. And picking up a guy, I think, like Rashawn Slater, like we keep saying, on their offensive line is going to be key for this team.
And no, the Chargers are going to be one of the most exciting teams to watch over the next couple of years as they grow. Justin Herbert's obviously going to be the centerpiece for that. They've got a very solid defense. They did lose Casey Hayward, which is going to be an issue and could be something that they end up filling a void in later in this draft. But as you said, they've got some great offensive weapons already. The only thing they really need is to protect Herbert. And if they can do that, it's going to be exciting. I could see them having a winning record this year. They are improving tremendously. They're an up-and-coming team. And if Herbert can take that next step, which pretty small step to get to that next step based on his rookie season, they could be a fun team to watch late in the season.
Well, while we are waiting for the pick, it's coming in. We're going to take a quick break here on the Slaw Sports Show, catch up, get some water, and come back with the LA Chargers selection. All right, and we are back here on the Slaw Sports Show. Live NFL draft coverage. We are sitting at the 13th pick, the LA Chargers. And Gray, the pick is in. And we'll
Cards
see
in the hand.
what we got.
The 13th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft. Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater, tackle, Northwestern.
There it is. Great A-plus pick right there by the LA Chargers. A 5-position offensive lineman building their line around their franchise quarterback. Again, something the Cincinnati Bengals should have done around Joe Burrow. That's why I'm always been high on Justin Herbert. We're not going to go down this train today, but I will be going there pretty soon on the Saw Sports Show. But Justin Herbert.
So you got some stress, Cole, that you want to work out?
Justin Herbert's looking like a prime quarterback out of last year's class now that they keep building around him and around that offensive line. All-pro center in Corey Linsley, getting in another tackle in free agency, and now another tackle guard wherever they want to put him. They have that guy now in Rashawn Slater as well in their offensive line. Great pickup right there by the LA Chargers.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. Justin Herbert is a very happy man right now.
Mm-hmm.
He saw what happened to Joe Burrow last year. You see, he doesn't get help, and now he's thinking, wow, I could end up being the best quarterback coming out of that draft because Joe Burrow might not be playing for too much longer if he keeps getting hit like he did his rookie season. Big pickup for the Chargers and huge for their chances of having a winning record and possibly a playoff push next year.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. And we'll go ahead and with some bold here picks because it is the Saw Sports Show. Would not be surprised if we do see the LA Chargers make the playoffs next season with Justin Herbert.
No question about it. I like it.
Alrighty, so
Chargers are one of the upcoming teams.
Yeah, so here coming up, pick 14. Next on the clock is the Minnesota Vikings. And Matt, what does it look like Minnesota's going to need here in the first round?
I like Elijah Vera-Tucker. I think that's the thing. They need some help on the interior offensive line. And this is one of my locks coming into this draft. I really like Elijah Vera-Tucker. He's great there. And it's something that Minnesota needs desperately. They had a lot of trouble at the guard position last season, and even the year before. And they did now this is obviously a tackle. They lost Riley Reif. So they're going to need some help on the offensive line. Elijah Vera-Tucker is going to fill a huge void there in the center and hopefully help keep Kirk Cousins a little safe there and also open up the running game for Dalvin Cook in the middle even more than it already is.
Yeah, and I think offensive line would be a great pickup here by the Minnesota Vikings. And whether they go with Darrisaw at tackle on the outside or Elijah Vera-Tucker. Vera-Tucker's a guy who can be two position, tackle or guard. Very big at guard. Is really his strong suit. But just see what happens here at pick 14.
I just got really excited.
Matt is really excited. Commissioner, do we have?
We got something coming, Mr. Commissioner?
Nothing
yes,
yet.
Actually.
Do we have something coming?
So Minnesota
traded their pick.
still
They
traded their pick.
The New York Jets.
Matt Laguzza, the Jets are
What are we
back on the
doing here?
clock.
What are we doing here, boys?
Minnesota
Jets being
from
aggressive
14
and
goes,
Putty Pay come to New York?
Minnesota goes down from 14 to 23 with the Jets. The Jets already took Zach Wilson. And now coming back up to 14. What do we see here from our reigning Jets fan? We've got to have the hat back on for this pick, Matt.
Yeah, get the hat back on. Where's the hat?
One thing I'm concerned about, we better not have given up 34.
Yeah,
You
34,
might have.
second pick, of course, in the second round. Could be a big loss here from the New York Jets. Interesting to see what comes out here in this trade. But, Matt, what are we hoping for at 14 now for the New York Jets?
I mentioned earlier when we were doing the pre-draft show that there were three positions that we were going to be looking at and we were going to go best available. Offensive line, edge rusher, and cornerback. Right now, cornerback is off the board. You're not going to get one of those corners here at 14. So it's really between offensive line and edge rusher. Right now, the top edge rusher is still on the board in Kwity Paye. I really like that. I think we still could have gotten one of the top offensive linemen at 23, so I didn't see us trading up for that. I really like going edge rusher here, and I think that could possibly be the pick here for New York.
Yeah, I think New York can.
In.
Oh, excuse me. The pick is in.
Pick is in.
The Jets were quick with it already. The pick is in. So Matt, you keep mentioning Kwity Paye could be the first edge rusher off the board. Did not expect the first edge rusher to fall all the way and come off the board at 14. That's an interesting decision making that we've seen go down on the board today. But also offensive line, like we were talking about with Minnesota. they also have the option to go Christian Darrisaw at tackle, pair him up with Mekhi Becton, who they drafted last year, or Elijah Vera Tucker on the inside as well.
Yep.
Interesting.
I don't want to give you too much hope. I don't want to give you too much hope here, Matt Laguz. But the last time the Jets traded up for the 14th pick, it was Darrelle Revis.
Ooh.
They got some history here.
I like the sound of that. Don't care what position it is. I'll take that.
So interesting to see what happens here with the New York Jets. Again, Zach Wilson is their new quarterback. Do they add some pieces around him on offense, or they build?
I could definitely see us going offensive line here to protect him.
That could be interesting, especially with Rob Saleh coming in as their new head coach, a defensive-minded guy. 2 first-round picks here for the New York Jets. Going offense with both picks will be pretty interesting for a defensive-minded head coach. But so far, from what we've seen, I'm not ruling anything out today.
Yeah, especially when we picked up Lawson in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're pretty set at the edge rusher position, and I think they can get a guy like Azeez Ojulari or Joseph Osai later in the second or third round, something like that. Right now, they could be trading up to try to get a Darrisaw or an Elijah Vera Tucker just to help protect Zach Wilson more. But either way we go, I think it will be a good move. It just depends on what we gave up to move up to this pick.
So it looks like the Jets gave up. They have traded the 23, 66, and 86 for the 14th and the 143rd pick in this year's draft. So they keep 34. Okay. And that is huge for the New York Jets. Keeping the second pick in the second round, move up to 14. And again, the pick is in for the New York Jets. 5 of their 9 picks were on offense in 2020 last year. Do they go 2 for 2 on offense this time around? That is going to be the question, especially, like I said, with defensive-minded head coach Robert Saleh.
So, yeah, we did give up our 2 third-round picks. That is huge. But we do add a 4th, so we've got 2 fourths now. I'm just happy we kept second-round pick. That's huge for us.
I'll keep 34.
Keeping 34 is huge for the New York Jets. Interesting to see.
Oh, you're asking me why?
Why?
Well, there's 2 main reasons. One, Kevin Coleman, as whatever he is, I don't know if he's a starting running back or a team. So having a guy like Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams, or Najee Harris would be huge for us. That could be a pick. And also on top of that, right now, Bryce Hall would be our number 1 cornerback. I don't know how I really feel about that. And also, Bless Austin being a starting cornerback. After watching him play for the last 2 years, I'm not too confident in our passing defense with that. So I would love to pick up a corner. If we had to wait until the 3rd round for that, that would not be ideal for our defensive situation. We have improved the pass rush, as we saw, but the secondary is still, other than Marcus May, I would say our secondary is still pretty much in shambles. So we're definitely going to need some help there.
All right, boys. Matt Laguzza. Pick is in.
Pick is in for the New York Jets.
Give it to me.
Okay.
Maybe we just take Mac Jones to get Javik upset.
With the 14th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, guard, USC.
Okay. That works for me.
I like it. Build the offensive line.
I'm happy with that.
Yep, keep building the offensive line again around Zach Wilson now at their quarterbacks. So 2 offensive linemen getting picked back to back to protect young, now franchise quarterbacks for their respective teams. And I like Elijah Vera Tucker. A guy who, like I said earlier, can have the option to play guard and or tackle. Just a guy who refuses to let defenders get around him. He's got great positional flexibility. He's very consistent. He's a strong anchor. Pro Football Focus gave him a 91.9 grade in his career at USC. And all in all, I think he just has great upside, great skills on the offensive line, strong hands, only allowed 7 pressures on 590 pass blocking snaps. Only 7 pressures. Elijah Vera Tucker is a great pick. Great versatile guy again. Second versatile guy on the offensive line to get picked for the New York Jets.
It'll be interesting to see how the Jets use Elijah Vera Tucker, because really the only set position on that offensive line is Mekhi Becton at left tackle. There's really no one set in stone anywhere else. So it'll be interesting to see where Elijah fits in there. And maybe he'll move around. Do we keep him in one spot and leave him there? Or is he just going to be a guy that kind of moves around and fills in where we need him? Because there's no one consistent other than Becton there. And he could be a guy that just starts every couple games at a different position. Try to fill the void from wherever we feel like we need the most help.
So next up, we got the New England Patriots, who are on the clock here. Mac Jones.
The pick is already in.
The pick is already in. They were
Belichick wasted no time.
Quick with this one. Mac Jones is still here. Could they go with a quarterback here? I mean, looking at the board, trade up was an option. Justin Fields, Trey Lance was an option. Parsons, Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle, J.C. Horn. All of those guys are gone that I had on my big board for the New England Patriots. Still here, and the next one on that list is Mac Jones. Out of Alabama. And I mean, last year, the New England Patriots finished 30th in the league in passing offense, 4th in rushing. They brought back Cam Newton on the 1-year deal, but I don't think New England's done. I think they look to add their guy right here at quarterback with Mac Jones.
All right, boys.
Let's see what we got.
Belichick wasting no time. With the 15th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, New England Patriots select Mac Jones, quarterback, Alabama.
There it is. New England gets their new quarterback, now looking to compete with Cam Newton for the starting job. And Mac Jones, with him, I think he throws one of the best deep balls in the class. The guy has a lot of velocity on his ball, great in the pocket, rarely takes a hit in the pocket. A lot of his game will obviously remind you of Tom Brady. No surprise that New England waits and gets their guy. He ends their slide here at 15.
Yeah, there's no question. I think this is a perfect fit here. Mac Jones is a system quarterback. Bill Belichick is a system head coach, and Mac Jones will fit perfectly right into here. We saw that he had a little trouble in his first pro day when he didn't have his top 2 receivers in Jalen Waddle and Devonta Smith, but then was very good when they had him. So I think fitting into Bill Belichick's system will be perfect for him, because he'll be able to stick with just very short passes and throw deep balls only when you need to, with a strong running game. He's got a great offensive line there with one of the best defenses in the NFL. It's going to be a perfect fit here. And I think New England might have found their next franchise quarterback, but we'll see what happens.
They might have. The interesting thing, of course, that I want to point out for the New England Patriots is that Mac Jones is going to be the guy joining their QB room this year, not Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
So take a team off the list of a potential Jimmy Garoppolo trade. The 49ers now have Trey Lance on offense, still looking potentially for a trade partner at some point this weekend, I would think, for Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's not going to be the New England Patriots.
Yeah, so that makes everything interesting again. That it all comes down to Rodgers. Once again, big storyline. Patriots out on Jimmy G. I don't know where else he's going to go. They got Trey Lance there. It's either he's staying or he's going to be part of a deal. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens. But Jimmy G is definitely in the hot seat right now. Because, once again, I think Trey Lance does have the ability to possibly start right out of the gate this season. And none of us really thought that at the beginning. But after the press conference, they had John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. It seems like they were looking for a starting quarterback, and Jimmy G could be out of a job in San Francisco.
And also, I want to mention with
Cardinals, the pick is in
the
from
pick is
Arizona.
Okay, so Arizona here now on the clock. 8-8 finished last season, right there at even 500. Steve Kim likes to draft talent. He values talent over needs, and he has glanced over some off-the-field issues in the past. Let's see what the Arizona Cardinals do right here. They have 6 total picks this year in the draft coming in with their first one. I mean, the team that added in J.J. Watt, James Conner, and A.J. Green this year. Matt, what do they really need to continue building this team around Kyler Murray?
It's going to be interesting. Definitely one of their top priorities is to add a corner, as I mentioned, with the loss of Patrick Peterson. So we could see them go with a guy like Caleb Farley or Greg Newsome the second. Those are 2 options there. Some of their other needs are still on the offensive line and at tight end, but tight end is something that they're going to have to figure out later in the draft. So I really see 2 choices here. For me, it's either draft a cornerback now or trade back. It just depends on what they think. Do they think that one of those cornerbacks is valuable enough to pick at 16, or do they think they can trade back to 24, 25, 26, 27, somewhere in that range, and still get the guy that they want? So it'll be interesting to see what they do here. The pick is in, so they're obviously going to be picking here. For me, I think they end up going corner. That's definitely one of their biggest needs, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards potentially maybe offensive line. Marcus Gilbert did recently leave, and he is, another option going from this team. But so is Patrick Peterson, and so is Hassan Reddick as well, and also Kenyon Drake. Now the team did add in James Conner, but could Cliff Kingsbury be happy with a running back room of Chase Edmonds and James Conner?
Yep.
Could see a first running back.
We do still have the top 2 running backs on the board.
Top 2 running backs are on the board, but also at offensive tackle, Christian Darrisaw still there. Still some solid.
Evan Jenkins.
Yes,
a lot
Jenkins
of guys.
still there. Still on defense, some guys. At linebacker, Jeremiah Wuzu-Koromoa still on the board. Zaven Collins still on the board. They could add in an outside linebacker to fill that hole left by Hassan Reddick. A lot of options, I think, here for the Arizona Cardinals. This, in my opinion, will be an interesting pick for a team who will try to compete in what looks to be a stacked NFC West division this season.
We should also mention, after that Mac Jones pick, the top 5 quarterbacks are now all off the board.
They are all
at
off the board.
15. It'll be interesting to see if anybody else somehow fits in to this first round, or if Mac Jones was the final quarterback selected here.
Do we see a 6th quarterback in the first round?
Do we see Davis Mills?
It's going to be interesting to see.
Davis Mills to Green Bay?
Hopefully not. But last year, Arizona Cardinals took Isaiah Simmons in the top 10 and Josh Jones at offensive tackle. He only played 5% of the snaps, however, this season with the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, gentlemen. Cardinals have made their selection.
Let us see what they do.
That selection. With the 16th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zaven Collins, linebacker. Tulsa.
Interesting. Zaven Collins, who I thought was my third linebacker on my board, is the second one off the board going to the Arizona Cardinals. So they do fill that hole left by Hassan Reddick with an outside linebacker, the nation's top defender, off the board at 16. That one is an interesting one in my opinion.
Definitely interesting, especially with Owusu-Koramoah still on the board. Zaven Collins, obviously a great linebacker. I had him falling to Washington at 19 there. But Zaven Collins is a great pick. He's a great overall defender. He's got great size. He's got good length and good football IQ here. He's going to be perfect to fit into that defense. Obviously, they're still missing top corner now in Arizona, but that should be something that they fix still later in the draft, maybe second round. There's still plenty of depth at the position. But Zaven Collins, definitely a great player. He's a dynamic playmaker. Great season last year for Tulsa, and should fill a big void left by Hassan Reddick there in Phoenix.
Yeah, and I think Zaven Collins, in my opinion, is a monster ready to be unleashed. This guy can defend the run, rush the passer, play coverage, play downhill, and just operate in space. And I think having that guy on your second level when you got Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt up front now is a great guy to have continuing to build that defensive side of the ball in Arizona. And, I mean, Zaven Collins is a great guy. He's an intriguing prospect and guy who can be a high-impact player who can make some clutch plays in clutch times. And the best part is I think they can move him around anywhere they want to on that defense, and he can make an impact anywhere they put him.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about it. He's got great range. He's a sideline-to-sideline guy, and he'll be able to play wherever you want to put him. It's a great pick there by Arizona, and he'll play great next to Isaiah Simmons, their first-round pick from last year. That is going to be a deadly center of the defense there, and especially, as you mentioned, with Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt on the edges. Once you get up the middle, too, now you've got two big bodies there. It's going to be tough to get through, and especially in the running game.
Yeah, and that's going to be big, especially for a team they face twice a year that's heavy on the run with the San Francisco 49ers. Interesting pick here. But next up on the clock is the Las Vegas Raiders sitting at 17. Again, another team who went 8-8 last year. I talked about it. The Raiders got to make a splash. Talked about it in our pre-show. But speaking of the show, the Raiders has always been the John Gruden show, who's infamous for making strange decisions, falling in love with the wrong guys, and reaching. Last year, took Henry Ruggs as the first wide receiver off the board, fell in love with the guy's speed, but yet he only recorded 452 yards and 2 touchdowns this season. And then with his second first-round pick, took Damon Arnett, who only played 9 games this year. Everyone believed that to be a reach by the Las Vegas Raiders. So interesting to see what decision they make here. And, I mean,
give you guys a little sneak preview on the Raiders. Who's the biggest and who's the fastest prospect left?
that is always the Raiders' go-to, and I think it's got to be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Yep.
It's got to be the linebacker out of Notre Dame. This guy is an instant defender, and his game's going to translate very well, in my opinion, in the game. And the Raiders' defense needs it. They were 25th in total defense, 26th in pass, 24th in the rush. They've already added Yannick Ngakoue on their defensive line and Solomon Thomas. Would not surprise me at all if we see the Raiders go defense here again.
Yeah, there's no question. They need a centerpiece of that defense, and Jeremiah can be that guy. He's a sideline-to-sideline guy, great range, good tackling ability with good speed, and he's also a good leader out there. He'll be able to lead the defense and just be a center point, and that's something that they need. They need to be organized, and they need a big hitter. So it's obviously linebackers, one of their big needs. Offensive line is another interesting place that they could fit. Guys like Tevin Jenkins could be interesting there. But for me, it's got to be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's the perfect fit, and it's definitely something that the Raiders have been desperately needing.
And, I mean, Christian Darrisaw is also – the pick is in.
True.
So Christian Darrisaw also still on the board.
But the pick is in, so the Raiders will be making the selection.
All right. So Christian Darrisaw, like I said, also still on the board. But I think the big pressing need, the Raiders haven't had the speed, swagger, and excitement on defense since they traded away Khalil Mack. And I think that Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah can offer that to this defense. And he fits the mold, in my opinion. I would love this pick if the Raiders can make this selection. They've, like I said, made a lot of interesting picks in the past. This one, I think, could be one of John Gruden's first great ones with the
We'll
Las
see
Vegas
if he
Raiders.
makes it.
Let us see what happens.
If not, this could end up being a steal for Miami, who lost Kyle Van Noy, big linebacker that they lost in the center of their defense. But I really do think Vegas needs this right now.
All right, guys. Here we go. I'm with the 17th overall pick, the 2021 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood, tackle, Alabama.
Wow.
Crickets, crickets, crickets.
Gray, this is no time to be making some rash jokes in the middle of a draft. John
That is not a
Gruden,
joke.
ladies and
The
gentlemen,
60th overall prospect. according to
John
Mel Kiper.
Gruden does it again.
60th rated
So
prospect
there's
on the
Christian
All-State board,
Darrisaw.
taken at 17.
Christian Darrisaw, Evan Jenkins, Jalen Mayfield, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, and he goes with Alex Leatherwood. Well, John Gruden, everybody.
John Gruden, you've done it again.
It is the John Gruden show. Alex Leatherwood, he is a highly versatile offensive lineman. Again,
Yeah.
tackle and guard. He has position at both. He was adequate at best in the run game. I don't understand it. He's clean
It
in the
just doesn't make
passing
any
game.
sense at this pick.
He is clean in the passing game, which will help out Derek Carr, of course, on the offensive line. But why? Tevin Jenkins is there. Christian Darrisaw is
Is Al
there.
Davis still alive?
Christian
It just
Darrisaw, in my
doesn't make
opinion,
sense.
was a top 15 projection, still there. The Raiders and John Gruden never cease to amaze me.
Well, you know what this means? That either the Washington football team or the Miami Dolphins are going to get someone who probably could have gone in the top 12, 13, 14 in that range. They're going to get
Hey,
him at
Greg,
18 and 19.
It's the NFL draft. You never know. He could keep dropping. Cole could get his wish, and Jeremiah could come to Green Bay. You never know.
This is a surprise, to be sure, by the Las
Yes,
Vegas
this is
Raiders.
probably the most shocking pick we've had so far.
He
Yeah.
was the 2020 Outland Trophy winner, nation's top interior offensive lineman, but not a highly prospected guy this year, to say the least.
Wow. John Gruden has silenced Cole Noble, everybody.
Oh, that's already 5 Alabama players off the board.
One off the record.
I believe this year the prop bet was 5.5 over under. One more. I think I put the over, so we're
Yeah.
hoping for this.
I mean, you got guys
Christian
like Christian
Barmore.
Barmore, Najee Harris.
Christian Barmore, get over here.
Najee Harris also there for Alabama as well. They could break the record this season, but
Yeah.
the Raiders.
Dolphins pick is already in.
That wasting no time.
So the Dolphins, of course, I think wasting no time because Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is there.
Still there, yeah.
They already went Jalen Waddle at 6, added some help on offense, lost some pieces on defense, Kyle Van Noy and Shaq Lawson. Let's see what happens here. Could also go, of course, offensive tackle. Eric Flowers got traded to the Washington football team. Interested to see if they go with a guy like Christian Darrisaw, who, if you take a tackle, should have been the pick last time. But
I mean, Cole, you're still in shock.
I am still in shock right now.
This makes no sense. Leatherwood is a
ESPN
second round talent.
draft predictor Alex Leatherwood had a 60% chance of being available at number 46.
Wow. Always reaching. John Gruden always falls in love with a guy and reaches. The joke I had this morning was, what bonehead move does Vegas make?
Here it is.
Did not say Alex Leatherwood, but there it is. So Miami Dolphins pick is in.
And I got the selection in my hands, boys.
All right.
All right.
Let's see what happens with the Miami Dolphins.
With the 18th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips, defensive end, the U.
Jalen Phillips, I think, is a great addition to add to their defensive line. I believe the first edge rusher off the board,
Yep.
which is quite surprising there that it is Jalen Phillips, a guy who has a lot of injury concerns, and he is the first of 2 Miami potential first-round edge rushers off the board. Jalen Phillips going to the Miami Dolphins, who, like I said earlier, was a huge turnover team last season, adding some more monster weapons on their defensive line to potentially force even more turnovers this year for Brian Flores.
Yeah, no, there's no question. This is a great pick by Miami. Obviously, the injury problems are a concern, but Miami doesn't think so. If it wasn't for those injury concerns, Jalen Phillips is considered a top 2 edge rusher in this class. Some people even put him over Kwity Paye. So he's got tons of potential. He's going to be staying in Miami. That's going to be nice for him, not moving too far. But he's a great guy. He's good against the pass and the run. He'll play a good versatile role there because he can play both on the line and standing up on the outside and outside linebacker position. He'll be a good fit there in Miami and a big piece of that defense in this coming year.
Yeah, I think he's going to be an exciting player to watch for the Miami Dolphins for sure. Again, impact defender, guy who had 12.5 sacks, 23.5 tackles for a loss. I think he'll make his presence known on Miami's defensive line.
No question about it.
So next
big impact player here.
Yeah, next up we got the Washington football team, Grayos' favorite team. So Gray, I'm going to go to you. What are we looking for here for Washington?
Well, gentlemen, oh goodness, I didn't know how this night would go. I was sitting with the 19th pick because we are the NFC East Division champions, and so I was thinking, okay, maybe if Owusu Karamoah was there, or maybe Christian Darrisaw's there, Trayvon Morrig's there, like we could have a good draft. Just one of the three, and all three of them are there. So if we can get one of those three, I will be over the moon. I would prefer Christian Darrisaw, stick him at left tackle. He's a big guy. He's got good raw attributes, and we could stick Morgan Moses where he belongs on the right side. But, I mean, we also could use interior linebacker help. And that's where Owusu Karamoah comes in. Or we've had the thought of putting Landon Collins at an outside linebacker position, and we put Trayvon Morrig at safety. So any one of those three, and I will be thrilled.
Yeah, my third positional need I had for the Washington football team was quarterback. But with 5 off the board and the expected 5 that we were hoping to see in the first round and expected to see in the first round, seems to think that Ryan Fitzpatrick is going to be the guy for the Washington football team, the NFC East champs, as we can see behind Grayos.
Damn right.
And offensive tackle, I thought could be a big opportunity here with Christian Darrisaw still on the board, although they did add Eric Flowers, like I discussed last pick
guard
from the Miami Dolphins. And, Brandon Sheriff also got franchise tagged at guard. So could they still address offensive line even though they've done so already? Or do they go defense with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah? And
either way, if you take Darrisaw, you stick him at left tackle. You got Darrisaw on the left, got Eric Flowers at left guard, Chase Roulier at center, Brendan Sheriff at right guard, and Morgan Moses at right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So, stacked offensive line. Not even so, I would think they would take Owusu Karamoah here, just specifically because we need more linebacker help. Because if we could improve one section of our defense, it's not going to be the front four, and it's really not going to be the secondary, because the secondary was actually really good last year, and we added William Jackson III, so added him at corner to replace Darby and Fabian Moreau.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely think that Owusu Karamoah or Darrisaw, or even Morrig, I'm over the moon. Still waiting on the pick.
A lot of options, I think, here for the Washington football team. If they go defense, they were a defense that ranked 4th in scoring last year, 2nd in total defense, and 2nd against the pass, but 14th against rushing, and that's where I feel like having a guy like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah can be key in, is that rush defense in the second level at linebacker. Offense, though, 25th in scoring, 30th in total offense, 25th in passing, 26th in rushing. Antonio Gibson going into a second year at running back, hopefully to improve the rushing side, but wide receiver also could be something that we could see for the Washington football team. They did add Curtis Samuel to their wide receiver unit, but still could be missing that outside guy to go alongside Terry McLaurin, potentially a Rashad Bateman, perhaps we could see at this pick. A lot of options. Washington football team is in a great position, I think, right now with the talent still available on the board.
Got plenty of options to go and can really go in any direction they want to. And as long as they do one of those 3 to 4 picks, I think Washington fans should be pleased.
All right, guys, we got the pick. And with the 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team, also NFC East Division champions, selects Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky.
Wow, so he was actually rumored to be being a high-flying prospect that would be a potential first-round guy, and he's drafted inside the top 20. Jamin Davis, I started to kind of like this guy the more I got into him. The more I saw his stock starting to rise, the more I got into him. I realized that, he's a guy that has the length, has the size, and his great ability is just being twitched up and being heavily pursuing. He needs to improve a little bit, taking on blocks and constricting the run lanes a little bit, which is interesting considering their 14th ranked rush defense last year. But this guy, he could be a great inside linebacker that Washington needed. Not my pick I would have had, but Jamin Davis, I still think could be a quality starter here for the Washington football team.
There's no question about it. For me, Jamin Davis, he was my number 5 linebacker. He doesn't have much experience, but in the short amount of time that he has played at Kentucky, he has made it worthwhile. He led the team in tackles last season in 2020 with over 100. He's quick. He's got good movement off the line. He's a decent pass rusher on top of that. But for the most part, he'll play back in coverage and really take advantage of the middle of the field and be a dominant force out there. No Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, but still a solid pick here. Just a little high, in my opinion, for Jamin Davis.
Gray, how are you feeling, Washington football team fan?
I'm a fan because if you look at the Washington defensive front, if you look for that front 7, there's a common theme involved. And it's called freaks of nature. Like you have Chase Young on one side, you got Montez Sweat on the other. And so I think Jamin Davis, while I would have probably preferred Owusu-Koramoah, I mean, once again, he's 6'4", 230. He's got pretty good zone coverage skills, which we like to run a lot of. But I mean, I'm a fan. Again, as long as it, wasn't a running back or another wide receiver this early. I mean, I just wanted three positions could have done well for me. Again, inside backer, tackle, or safety, and we addressed one of them with a freak of nature. So I'm all for it.
Well, next up on the board, we do have the New York Giants, who traded with the Chicago Bears, and they went up to take Justin Fields. So we saw back-to-back picks in the NFC East, or excuse me, no, not back-to-back East picks in the NFC East because of the Giants trade. But we already saw the Eagles, Cowboys, and Washington football team select. The New York Giants are back on the clock here after a trade, the first time in Dave Gettleman's career as a general manager. What does he do back up here for the second time?
It'll be interesting to see because there's a lot of different ways they can go. Obviously, Jeremiah is still available, and that when you move down to 20, linebacker isn't the biggest need that they have, but when you've got him still on the board, you might go for that. But other than that, they can obviously still go wide receiver. There's Elijah Moore and Rashad Bateman still available. And then obviously, Kwity Paye is still on the board. And they did re-sign Leonard Williams. They signed a contract extension with him. But adding a guy like Kwity Paye on the other side of that defensive line would be a force to be reckoned with for any offensive line that they're playing against. So that would also be an interesting pick there for the Giants.
I honestly, personally, I'm still surprised. 20 picks into the draft, Christian Darrisaw is still on the board. The offensive tackle out of Virginia Tech. And he's on there. He's on my list for the Giants, but so is Kwity Paye. And Kwity Paye is who I had penciled in on my mock draft when the Giants were sitting at 11. He is also still on the board. We already saw one edge rusher off with Jalen Phillips. Could we see what, in my opinion, was the top edge rusher and Kwity Paye still land with the Giants after trading back with the Chicago Bears?
It'll be interesting because obviously the Giants, you mentioned Darisaw, they drafted Andrew Thomas in the first round last year. So do they go 2 tackles in back-to-back first rounds and put them on either side? Or do they go to the defensive side of the ball and add a Jeremiah or a Kwity Paye? Obviously, I've got edge rusher as one of their top needs for them. And obviously with the best edge rusher still available on the board, I could see them going for that there, but the Giants have a lot of options here and can go in a lot of different directions.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what the Giants do here because Dave Gettleman is a huge believer in having size up front on both sides of the ball. So that speaks directly to Darisaw or an edge rusher right here. And even though they did bring back Leonard Williams, they re-signed him. The franchise tag and then the re-sign. Very interesting to see if they continue to go and build up their defensive line.
And the pick is in for the New York Giants.
All right, the pick is in for the Giants.
All right, boys.
The anticipation, of course, is killing us.
Well, there's not real anticipation because I got the pick in my hand.
The pick is okay. Pick is announced.
The 20th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney, wide receiver, Florida.
Why?
Kadarius Toney, my 38th ranked prospect at wide receiver.
You heard that right. Kadarius Toney.
I think he's my 8th wide receiver in my rankings.
Very surprising here by the New York Giants. They added Kenny Golladay in free agency and John Ross and go wide receiver, and it's Kadarius
Toney. Out of all the wide receivers,
not even the best one available.
Toney?
Wow, that is
a very interesting move.
Was wide receiver even a need for them?
absolutely
at all?
not.
No, but if they're gonna go wide receiver, you don't go Kadarius Toney here. I don't know.
Bring in Kenny Golladay and Saquon returns. So,
Of course, the Giants also were great on defense last year. Were top 15 in rushing and total and scoring. Actually, 10th in rushing and 9th in scoring defense. They added Adoree Jackson to their defense as well. And like I said, brought back Leonard Williams. Maybe they want to just keep building the offense around Daniel Jones, which speaks to the point that this could be a make-or-break year for Danny Dimes in New York. But again, Kadarius Toney, I had him at, again, like you, at 8th. My wide receiver 8 on the board, and instead he's drafted as the 4th one off the board. This guy, he has the tools. Don't get me wrong, to be an electric and dynamic wide receiver. Great explosiveness and acceleration and agility in open space. But again, just not the pick I would have had there, especially at wide receiver if I'm the New York Giants.
Think about the Giants right now. Think of all the weapons that they already had. He's going to be what? You have options that you need, offensive line or even at linebacker. And so you got Saquon Barkley, Kenny Golladay, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, and Evan Ingram. Then you pick another weapon, and a weapon that's not even, highly rated.
I'm just a little surprised by this move. I would have been fine with them going wide receiver if they had stayed at 11 and gone Jalen Waddle or Devonta Smith. But when you trade down to 20, you've got Christian Darisaw, Kwity Paye, Gregory Rousseau still on there. So many guys. Jeremiah is still on the board. And you go with Kadarius Toney. And the other wide receivers, Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore, Terrace Marshall. Obviously, Terrace Marshall I don't think would go 20. But still, those guys are still on the board. I just do not see Kadarius Toney going over them, and especially to New York.
The NFL draft is full of surprises.
Yep.
And we have seen multiple as of tonight. 20 picks into the NFL draft. Next up, we have the Indianapolis Colts, who, in my opinion, could be in the market to trade down. And I had this in my mock drafts all season. The Green Bay Packers are a perfect fit. Brian Gutekunst, the Packers general manager, has traded up in 3 of his 4 drafts in the first round as the GM. And Chris Ballard, he said he would love to have more picks. More picks in the first round, or excuse me, in the draft this year. Do the Colts make a trade?
Oh, cool. The top 2 needs here are probably tackle and edge. And they've got Kwity Paye and Christian Darrisaw still on the board. Now, I had them trading back as well with the Green Bay Packers, but I wasn't expecting Kwity Paye and Christian Darrisaw to both be there. Does this, in your mind, does that change anything here for the Colts?
Well, Chris Ballard was very adamant about the fact that, the NFL draft is luck. It's luck hitting prospects. Mm-hmm. But he also said the more picks you have, the more chances you have to strike that luck. And the Colts already this year don't have very many picks throughout the entire draft. And Chris Ballard in the past has been known to trade down.
Yeah.
But again, with Darrisaw there, they might just stay here and pick Darrisaw while they have him right there in their laps. They need an offensive tackle after Anthony Costanzo left this offseason. Bringing in Carson Wentz, they need a guy to replace that hole on their offensive line. And then this team is set. It's pretty much one of the only big holes really they have. They can address edge later on in this draft if that's an option. Or, even again, it can address edge here right now as well. A lot of options.
And they are not trading back. The pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts.
Well, so much for the Packers trading up here. See what transpires.
This will be an interesting pick here. We'll see what they go with, because there are a lot more guys here at this pick than I would have expected.
Very interesting here for the Colts. Like we said, top edge rushers on the board, and still, in my opinion, the third tackle on the board that could fill a major hole on their offensive line. See what happens here. The Colts are another team I'm also pretty high on going into next season, the AFC South, adding in Carson Wentz. Last year, lost in the wild card round 27-24 against the Buffalo Bills. Put up a great game with Phillip Rivers, and now have Carson Wentz, a much better and revamped team this time around. See what they do here.
I just want to get you guys' thoughts on this real quick. So I've got my 100 rating system, and it's combined with, I think it's like 5 main news sources, and including Todd McShay and Mel Kiper. You see, you got 13th ranked prospect is Owusu Karamoa. 14th is Darrisaw. 15th is Kwity Paye. And 17th is Caleb Farley. And they're all still there at 21. So what happened?
It's the NFL draft.
Yeah, what happened was teams like Las Vegas Raiders making shaky picks. And also we saw a trade up there with the Chicago Bears was an interesting one. And also the Jets, another interesting one that no one was really expecting. But yes.
And also with Caleb Farley, he's got a lot of injury concerns.
Yeah,
he might be 17th. He might be 17th ranked for overall skill, but with those injuries, he's going to drop a little bit.
Yeah, and also potentially might end up requiring another surgery as well. Just came off of a back surgery just about a month or two ago. Interesting here. And, there's still a lot of great talent here sitting in the bottom 20 here. 20 picks in. Still a lot of great players on the board right now. Very surprising to see that.
This is a great opportunity for basically just the rich to get richer.
Exactly right here with the Indianapolis Colts. Again, taking their time announcing the
Taking their
pick.
sweet time.
Anticipation brewing, and that continues.
You got to think, with the Carson Wentz trade to get him to Indianapolis, think about his time in 2017 when he had Frank Reich as his offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
He had his best season by far. So maybe they add some protection.
See what they do.
All right, boys.
The pick is in. It is time to announce.
Time to announce the pick. Here comes Commissioner Grayoff.
All right.
For the 21st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye, defensive end, Michigan.
Okay, so
I had him and Phillips mixed up. I had Kwity Paye going to Miami and Phillips going to Indianapolis. That's disappointing.
Yeah, so Kwity Paye, the Colts do go edge rusher with Darrisaw still on the board. Interesting to see, especially with the offensive tackle class we do have, compared to the edge rush class in terms of depth. But Kwity Paye, my top edge rusher, is the second one off the board to the Colts. Very explosive, very athletic defensive end. Likes to play with that hand in the dirt style off of the edge. And just all in all, great tools, great effort, great internal drive. All things that impressed me with this guy. And the rich get richer with the Colts defense that ranks second in the rush and eighth in total, but 20th against the pass. That'll be interesting to keep an eye on as we go throughout the rest of the draft.
Kwity Paye, he's probably the most explosive edge rusher in this draft. He's quick off the line. He's great power rusher and quick rusher as well. He's able to get by really any kind of tackle. And he's going to be a perfect fit in that Indianapolis defense. Already one of the top ones in the league, as you mentioned. And he should fit in perfectly there on that defensive line and just make it extremely difficult for any opposing offensive line. But speaking of that, the Vikings are up in 2 picks. Darrisaw is still on the board with Tennessee in between. I don't think Tennessee is looking for an offensive line here. But if they don't choose Darrisaw, the Vikings could have moved from 14 to 23 and still get one of the top offensive linemen in this draft.
Yeah, I think Tennessee is in an interesting spot here. It says you don't think they can go offensive tackle, but last year they did. And they whiffed on Isaiah Wilson, a guy who only played 4 snaps, was traded to Miami at the end of the season, and now does not even have a job in the National Football League. So they whiffed on offensive tackle last year. Do they try to make amends with Darrisaw? And this is one of, I think, the biggest surprises is Darrisaw falling this low in the draft.
No, there's no question about it. I had him as my number 3 tackle this year, and he's a great tackle, and it's just very interesting to see what teams are seeing in him right now that is allowing him to drop. Because, okay, other than the Alex Leatherwood pick, because that's just John Gruden, we're not going to talk about that. But I just feel like there were a lot of people here that could have gone offensive line and didn't. But Darrisaw, he's got the potential to be a top left tackle in this league. He's got great footwork, great size, good hands. It's flabbergasted me that he is still on the board.
Yeah, and Tennessee also, I think, could be in the market as well for a wide receiver. Kadarius Toney was a surprise to come off so far. Still Elijah Moore and Rashad Bateman on there. And they lost 2 wide receivers, Corey Davis and Adam Humphries. They brought in Josh Reynolds. But outside of that, not much depth behind A.J. Brown at wide receiver for Ryan Tannehill to target. He also lost Jonnu Smith and his offensive coordinator. Offense could be a prime concern for the Tennessee Titans this year.
Yeah, no, I've got them going Elijah Moore here, one of the best slot receivers in this year's draft. He's been quietly moving up boards, and he can also play on the outside as well, which is good, even though he is primarily a slot guy. He could fit in right behind A.J. Brown and really give Ryan Tannehill another option there. because, as you said, they have lost a lot of pieces and a lot of weapons on that offense. And if you don't add someone there, Derrick Henry is going to start slowing down because there's going to be nothing else that they're going to have to defend. So they are going to go and pound inside and make sure Derrick Henry doesn't have anywhere to go. So Elijah Moore would be a really good pick here, just to gives them another weapon, open up the field a little more, and keep Derrick Henry running free.
Yeah, something else I also wouldn't be surprised to see here from the Tennessee Titans is going corner. In the offseason, in free agency, they lost Malcolm Butler, Adoree Jackson, and Desmond King, 3 cornerbacks. And last year, their defense ranked 29th against the pass. So they also lost Kenny Vaccaro. So that's 4 members of their starting secondary of their 29th ranked defense. Could we see a guy like Greg Newsome go here? Could we see Trayvon Moorhead go here? Caleb Farley even? A lot of options for the Tennessee Titans, and the pick's not even in. So they are taking their time. They have a lot to consider with this pick. Edge rush, also a prime concern. The team finished 31st in the NFL in pass rush last season. Tennessee has a big decision on their hands right here at the 22nd.
They got a lot of different options to go here, going a lot of different directions. It'll be interesting to see what they decide is the biggest concern.
They waited a hot minute. They waited until 40 seconds were left on the clock, but the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans.
Interesting to see here. Offense, defense, what do the Titans do? The AFC South champs, see what they add to try to regain their throne and keep the seat alive here in the AFC South. Lost in the wild card 20-13 against the Baltimore Ravens. Relatively quiet in the offseason besides a huge contract given to Bud Dupree at outside linebacker. But like I said, a lot of options and a lot of needs for the Tennessee Titans.
A lot of needs, only one pick.
Yeah, I mean, we can see an edge rusher like Gregory Rousseau come off, Jason Owe, corners, Caleb Farley, Greg Newsome, wide receivers, offensive tackle. This is probably the most interesting pick, I would say, of the entire first round.
I'd say there's a Titan fan at this draft right now with a mask that says, "Just give the ball to Derrick Henry."
I mean, it's not wrong.
Yeah, it always seems to work.
He's a for the brand hat as well. I respect it. All right, guys, we have a pick.
The pick is in, and we have the announcement.
With the 22nd pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, cornerback, Virginia Tech.
So Farley does go into the first round despite all of the medical concerns. Tennessee adds a potential great starter that they desperately needed in their secondary. Great pick right there. All injury concerns aside, I think that was a great pick by the Tennessee Titans.
No, I think it's a good pick, and he's obviously, without the injury concerns, he's a top 3 corner in this draft, no question about it. And Tennessee decided to take the risk and go with him despite that. But no, he's got a great mix of height, weight, and speed. He's got good size, and he's got above-average ball skills, so he'll be good there. He'll be a good fit. And this does seem to be a little bit of a pattern here for Tennessee. They obviously gave Bud Dupree a huge contract, and he has had injury concerns. Obviously coming off of an injury last year where he was out after week 11, I believe, in Pittsburgh. So they're obviously they're used to taking risks, and they're going to do it again. And they're just banking on the skill, and they're hoping that he can stay healthy and make an impact throughout the entire season.
Yeah, you said, they're known to take risks. John Robinson has definitely been known to do that. Jeffrey Simmons had big injury concerns when they drafted him in the first round in 2019. And last year, Isaiah Wilson was also a risky pick. But Caleb Farley, I mean, if he can come back and he can, rehab from this injury and be ready to go by the time the season starts, he was in the talk to being one of the top corners in this class. And I still think he has the ability to do that. He's explosive on the field. He has elite eye-catching speed and coverage, close on the ball extremely fast. At the end of the day, this guy's going to be a premier playmaker for the Tennessee Titans if he can come back into form. Great pick here by the Tennessee Titans.
Obviously, Caleb Farley, he made the transition. He was a wide receiver at first. He changed to corner in 2018 at first, and he's still adjusting. So he can get better. He's still got plenty of time, and I'm expecting him to improve his skills even more. And as you said, if he can remain healthy, this could be a steal here at 22 for the Titans.
And so now we're going 23 with the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, so
Vikings,
now,
edges in need, guards in need, safeties in need. Who do you think the Vikings roll with here after trading back from 14?
I think the pick is still the one I originally had. And I'm thinking Christian Darrisaw. I believe I had Gregory Rousseau, but he is also there for the Minnesota Vikings. So is Jason Owe, and again, Christian Darrisaw at offensive tackle. All picks to consider for the Minnesota Vikings right here.
I like Christian Darrisaw here. I think offensive line is definitely a need for the Vikings. And with Christian Darrisaw still there at 23, you've got to take advantage of that. And I'm hoping they will, because otherwise Darrisaw is going to keep falling. We could see Pittsburgh. I want to see Pittsburgh go Najee Harris, obviously, at 24. But if Darrisaw is still available, they are still considering going offensive line there because they do have a weakness there now after losing a couple pieces after last season. So that's obviously something that could happen. But I think Darrisaw goes down here at 23.
Yeah, I think there's a real big fight and controversy that's going to go down with this pick because you look at the tendencies of the Minnesota Vikings. They traded back, which was obviously a start for them so far, getting the picks from the New York Jets. But the team has strong best player available tendencies. In 2020, they took Justin Jefferson. They didn't necessarily need to get a wide receiver, but they added him, and look what a dynamic playmaker he ended up becoming for that team last year. 2019, they added Irv Smith in the second round when they already had Kyle Rudolph. He's now set to be the starting tight end for this team. He has also made an impact and potentially an even bigger one next year with an increased role. And Mike Hughes in 2018, they got him at corner. Again, another pick that wasn't necessarily a need, but they went with the best player available. So I think the best player available is Christian Darrisaw, but also Rick Spielman in his ear is Mike Zimmer. And Mike Zimmer loves targeting his defense early. Last year he traded back into the first round to get Jeff Gladney, was adamant about getting back into the first round to draft defense. If they want to go defense here, I could see him really liking Gregory Rousseau out of Miami.
Yeah, that's another thing. I had them originally in my mock draft 2.0, not my 3.0. I had them going Kwity Paye at 14. So that's obviously another thing that could happen. It'll be interesting to see which way they go. I think no matter what, it's going to be on one of the lines that they make a pick. It just depends, offensive or defensive.
Interesting to see what we get. Interesting to note, Minnesota finished 32nd last in the NFL in pass rush, 27th against the rush, 25th against the pass. So they are getting some defense help back. Added Patrick Peterson, Dalvin Tomlinson, and Anthony Barr returning from IR. Defense could become an option again here. Again, Mike Zimmer in the ear, I think, is a strong voice for Rick Spielman with this pick.
No question about it.
Once again, the thing we have seen all night long, that the pick goes in, and then we get hit with a commercial.
So tackle's interesting. Last year, they also added Ezra Cleveland. I talked about Jeff Gladney and Justin Jefferson, but Cleveland had 9 starts. Did pretty solid. Had a little bit of hiccups here and there, but ultimately he could be a guy to slide in with Riley Reif leaving in free agency, which could give them a little bit of hope to not go with Christian Darrisaw, which again will continue somehow to make him fall, which continues to be a big surprise. But still siding with an edge rusher here, whether it's Jason Owe or Gregory Rousseau.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Christian Darrisaw is not picked here, where he falls to.
All right.
Because
Selection in the hand.
I don't know.
Selection in the hand for the Minnesota
Crazy.
Vikings. With the 23rd pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw, tackle, Virginia Tech.
There we go.
Well, there he goes. Finally, the slide ends for Christian Darrisaw. Kirk Cousins has to be a happy man right now, adding a great offensive tackle to protect him up front on the offensive line.
No question about it. And that's 2 Virginia Tech players getting picked in a row.
Back-to-back Virginia
Caleb
Tech
Farley
guys.
and Christian
Back-to-back
Darrisaw.
Hokies.
We love that. But no, there's no question. Kirk Cousins got to be happy. Dalvin Cook has to be happy about that. Dalvin Cook didn't really need the help, but, he'll take some more open holes there in that offensive line. But no, Christian Darrisaw, I don't know how he made it all the way down to 23, but I'll tell you the Vikings are definitely happy that he's there. And there's a good replacement and a good guy on the blind side of Kirk Cousins for him.
Yeah, I'm surprised
Investing
Darrisaw
$40
fell so
million in
low. I
him,
mean,
will protect him.
Yeah, I mean, Pro Football Focus graded Christian Darrisaw at a 95.6 compared to Penny Sewell, who had a 95.8. So only 0.2 behind Penny Sewell, and he falls all the way down here to 23 to the Vikings. This guy's going to be a strong anchor on the perimeter for Minnesota. Just, great lower body strength, able to move defenders in and out of the box. Will definitely help set the edge for Dalvin Cook, like you said, in that run game. I wonder what went wrong.
This is actually
Great value right here.
This seems to be a trend, though. Penna Sewell dropped. Rashawn Slater dropped. Christian Darrisaw dropped. It seems like all of these tackles, even though obviously Penna Sewell didn't drop too far, but the other guys, these offensive tackles, again, other than Leatherwood, are dropping a little further down than you would expect. I don't know if it's something just with this class, but it's definitely something to look at.
Definitely.
I mean, Darrisaw plummeted.
Yes, he did. In fact, I mean, the guy had 14th on the board. But next up, Pittsburgh Steelers. I think this one's a lock.
The pick is in.
That was
Najee
very
Harris.
quick for the pick to come in, and I think it's a lock. I say Najee Harris from Alabama. And I believe, will this be the one to break the record for Alabama
I believe
players?
so. This would be number
It'd be the one
6.
to tie, I believe.
This will
Oh,
be for the
tie.
tie.
Would be a tie. The 2004 Miami Hurricanes.
So we'll see if, in fact,
If he's the selection.
it is Najee Harris.
Give me Najee Harris. Come on. And of course, they'll make us wait.
Of course, they're going to make us wait.
The
even though
anticipation
Goodell is
continues.
already standing on the stage. Announce the pick.
No, I think they lost James Conner. Najee Harris is really the only option. They really need a running back because otherwise Benny Snell will be their starter. And Benny Snell, he had some good games, but definitely would not consider him a starting back. And if he is in a backfield, he's got to be with others. He's not going to be able to carry the load himself. So I think Najee Harris is the perfect fit here. He's a tough back. He'll be able to fit the mold of a Pittsburgh Steeler. And I just think it's a perfect fit. This was my lock coming into the draft. I had him going here the whole time. And I'm just hoping Pittsburgh makes the right decision here.
Yeah, Pittsburgh
All
finished last in the NFL with 1,351 yards. See if that changes going into this season.
For the 24th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris.
There
we
we
go.
go.
Alabama.
A surprise to no one The first running back off the board is Najee Harris, a powerful back, the all-time leading yard and touchdown leader in Alabama school history. This guy, with the patience and the burst of power that follows, is very Derrick Henry-like. The only issue I do have with this pick to the Steelers is their offensive line. Very weak offensive line. I'm getting strong Josh Jacobs vibes right now when he was drafted by the Raiders, going into a team in the first round behind a weak offensive line. But if that's improved and Najee Harris has the chance to succeed, he will. The speed is displayed and all of his momentum's headed in one direction. This guy just, at the end of the day, could be the guy to be the every down back that the Pittsburgh Steelers desperately needed in their offense.
Oh, no question about it. He had almost 1,500 yards last year with 26 touchdowns scored. And he doesn't turn the ball over, and that's huge. He's got great hands. He doesn't lose the football. He is a strong man. He will run through anyone. But on top of that, even though, he's 6'2", 230, which is good size for a running back, he's actually pretty elusive for it, and he's got good speed. So he's definitely someone to look out for this season, and a big improvement to that Pittsburgh offense with an aging Ben Roethlisberger, who's gonna need some cushion from the run game to hopefully take some pressure off of him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do with this offense and how much pressure he can take off of Ben Roethlisberger, because the pressure is what really ate up the Steelers' offense last season. The defense stayed fine throughout and will continue to do so this year, being one of the top units in the NFL, but offensively really fell apart after that 11-0 hot streak the Steelers had to end the season. The offense just hit a wall, and they're hoping the nation's top defensive back can be the guy that turns things around and gets the Steelers back on track that they started on last season.
Yeah. So now we got Jacksonville.
Back
Our
up
second
again.
pick.
It's been about 3 hours since Trevor Lawrence came off the board, and also a little nugget here. Last two Alabama running backs taken in the first round was Najee Harris and Josh Jacobs, both selected with the 24th overall pick.
That is interesting to know. So the
Fun
Jacksonville
fact of the day.
Jaguars back on the clock. Again, we all know Trevor Lawrence drafted first. And now I think we're back, and we're still true to our boards finally. I think we're back in a good position where we feel confident in what we have on their boards here. I think the two big things now for the Jacksonville Jaguars is going to be the safety position and the defensive tackle position.
Yep.
And Urban Meyer believes that building a team starts in the trenches. And the big hole right now in the
Christian
trenches,
Barmore.
the big hole in the trenches for the Jacksonville Jaguars is defensive tackle. And there's only one name who outshines the rest, and it's going to be Christian Barmore. Could we see back-to-back Alabama Crimson Tide players get
It
drafted?
would also break the record.
Would be the 7th Alabama Crimson Tide player picked, breaking the record of the 2004 Miami Hurricanes, who had 6.
Definitely something to see.
I think Christian Barmore's perfect for here.
Mhm.
A great inside rusher. He's good against the run, and he's a pretty solid pass rusher. He's actually very similar to his former teammate Quinnen Williams. I like the comparison between the two of them. They have very similar styles of play, and I think he'll fit perfectly into that Jacksonville defense. And we were talking about how they were subpar last year, very subpar. So if they can add in a good pass rusher like him, that'll take a lot of pressure off the offense and hopefully help them stay close in a lot of games this season, because as we saw last year with the Chargers, it wasn't the defense. Obviously, it was Justin Herbert doing this for the most part. But even though they finished 7-9, we felt really good about the Chargers just because of how close they were to winning. So if the Jaguars can have a very similar season to what the Chargers had last year, I think they'll have a lot of momentum going into 2023. And once they add a couple pieces, could be contenders.
Yeah, and while the consensus that we're talking about here looks like it will be Christian Barmore potentially at defensive tackle. I do think that they have a lot on the defensive line that's already getting built up, a lot of young talent. Clavon Chasen, who I talked about, they drafted last year. Josh Allen also on there. They drafted the year before. So I think they could look towards safety potentially at Trayvon Moehrig. I mean, you look at the safeties they have right now, Josh Jones and Jared Allen. They're set to start as the safeties for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And cornerback, I think they're set with C.J. Henderson and Shaquille Griffin, who they got in the offseason. But safety, I still think, could be a dominant concern for them. So the nation's top defensive back is still right here on the board for them. A guy who has 7 interceptions and 21 pass breakups on his resume could be in line to be a guy that can finally round out the secondary for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And a big secondary is a big part of what got them to the AFC Championship game just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, no, Trayvon Moehrig, he's, as you mentioned, most likely the best defensive back in this class. And not only that, he's a great leader. And when you have someone back there in the back of your defense being able to be a loud voice out there, especially on a team like the Jaguars who are on the up and coming. They're not very good now. They're not going to be good at the beginning. But just a voice back there that can keep you up and keep you going, that's also going to be huge. So that would be interesting to see if the Jaguars take that into account as well when making this decision.
Will definitely be interesting to see. The Jacksonville Jaguars, again, talked about how horrid their defense was earlier. 31st in scoring, 31st in total defense, 27th against the pass, 30th against the rush, and 28th in pass rush. You have to think the consensus here will have to be on defense for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Absolutely no question about it. I just don't think there are still very good offensive players on the board, but I just don't think there's anybody that stands out enough to be able to take here for the Jaguars that would, make more sense than any of filling those two needs on defense. So I think it is extremely important for them to go Barmore or Moehrig here, and we'll see what they decide to do.
I think the consensus is that the Jaguars need to take defense.
Yeah, yes. I do think they need to. I mean, especially they come back up the first pick in the second round at 33, and that's a great pick. I think they can go with a guy like Pat Freiermuth there at tight end and address their offense in the second round. Would be very surprised to see if somehow they go offense right here.
Got the pick in. With the 25th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne, running back, Clemson.
Interesting.
Travis Etienne.
There goes my running back.
The least. There goes the potential Jets running back in the second round. This is surprising.
Hey, Javonte Williams.
I mean, this is
running back even a need?
Oh, they've got James Robinson.
I thought James Robinson
for 1,000 yards with a crappy offensive line.
All things considered, James Robinson last year, I thought he did great. All things considered, even though they finished 29th in rushing on offense, this is an interesting
The only thing I can think of is they want to keep Trevor Lawrence and Etienne together.
That is true. Trevor Lawrence and Etienne are now together on the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I think that's the only thing I can think of that why they would do this. Like, as you mentioned, they're 29th in rushing last year, so they obviously didn't do great. So you add in a dynamic playmaker like Travis Etienne, who's both good in the passing game and in the rushing game. He's a solid blocker on top of that. And he's got chemistry with the quarterback already, who he's been playing with for, 2-3 years now, maybe even? So I don't think it was necessarily the right pick to do because you probably could have gotten it the first pick in the second round. But it also does make sense. It just doesn't make sense here at 25.
Well, the ACC record holder in yards and touchdowns is reuniting with his backfield mate, Trevor Lawrence, in Duval with Urban Meyer. It's going to be a great all-purpose back, I think, for Jacksonville, but an interesting one considering they already had that in James Robinson. Very interesting decision. You have to think Trevor Lawrence must have had a huge voice in this decision.
Had to.
I think he's been talking about this for a while. Bringing this man back, play with him.
The Jacksonville Tigers, if you will.
Jacksonville Tigers.
Can we also mention we are on pick 26, and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still on the
there.
board.
And who
Cleveland,
Continue.
who needs a linebacker.
Cleveland could go D-end, D-tackle,
America's new team.
or inside linebacker.
America's team, the Cleveland Browns, had an awesome offseason, in my opinion. They added John Johnson at safety, Jadeveon Clowney at defensive end, Tack McKinley at defensive end, and Troy Hill at corner. They're getting Odell Beckham back on offense. I always said their hole is at linebacker, and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is there for him. Andrew Berry's smiling. I think that might be the pick here. Well, also, in fact, Christian Barmore still on the board as well. They got rid of Sheldon Richardson whenever they had to sign Jadeveon Clowney, so defensive tackle also could be addressed right here. And don't rule out the fact of wide receiver either.
Yep, and also I heard from Josina Anderson, per source, Greg Newsome could also be the pick, that they are thinking of Greg Newsome.
Could go corner as well. I mean, they got already two good
They
corners.
got a lot of
and-
options.
Yeah, already got two good corners and added in Troy Hill. So interesting to see here what happens with the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns last season made it to the playoffs at 11-5 was their final record. Lost in the divisional round to the Kansas City Chiefs 22-17. Last year had a pretty solid draft. Jedrick Wills started 90% of the snaps on offense on the offensive line. Grant Delpit, he is returning at safety from a torn right Achilles that happened in training camp. He'll be back in the secondary this year for the Browns. And then Donovan Peoples-Jones at wide receiver was a great value pick late in the draft last year. We'll see what Cleveland does.
And also, don't forget, this wasn't last year's draft, but Greedy Williams is also coming back for them in that secondary.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be huge as well. He was the year before.
Definitely, I'm leaning definitely here at linebacker. And, I mean, Collins is off the board and Davis is off the board. So looking at Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And
Card
also,
is in,
of course,
boys.
Micah Parsons. The pick is here.
This selection is in. With the 26th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Greg Newsome, cornerback, Northwestern.
That was right. They do
Interesting.
go corner. Very interesting. Why is Jeremiah falling?
Why?
Oh, he wants to go to Green Bay.
He is within striking distance for the Green Bay Packers right here, and I could not be happier about it. But Greg Newsome joining the secondary that is starting to get a little stacked for the Cleveland Browns. I like it, adding to that
They
unit
saw
on their
weakness,
defense.
and they're like, yeah, let's pile it up.
I mean, the defense for the Cleveland Browns last year finished 22nd in the league, while rushing they finished 9th, and pass rush finished 11th. So it makes sense why they would go here and address their secondary. And Greg Newsome, he's going to be a great scheme guy, and Andrew Berry's going to love that about him. They're going to really fit that scheme that they're working. Good size, good speed, and explosive. He's long-limbed, competitive. A lot to like about this guy joining that secondary for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, no question about it. Greg Newsome, I liked him at 23. If the Jets had stayed there, that would have been my pick. He's a great corner, and as I said earlier, Browns saw a weakness in the secondary, and they decided, this offseason, let's just stack it up. They got Johnson from the Rams. Greedy Williams is coming back. Grant Delpit is coming back. Now they're getting Greg Newsome. They're just piling it on and making sure that no matter what, that secondary is going to be strong.
Especially when you look at who they lost to in the playoffs last year was the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
They got to make sure they have that firepower in the secondary to match some top firepower that could be coming at them in the AFC playoffs. A little concern I do have with Greg Newsome, however, he only played 21 games in college and had 15 career penalties. So we'll see how they can get that situation figured out for him. He's very aggressive and very competitive, but also had 20 career pass breakups. So they got to figure out how to find that fine line for him in that secondary and make sure that he doesn't become a problem with those with those penalty concerns that he has expressed in the past.
Yeah, because of those. Speaking of those penalty concerns, it's mostly on the deep balls when he's playing press man. He gets a lot of pass interference calls there, so they're definitely going to have to watch that. It'll be interesting to see how they use all of the corners that they have now. But Kevin Stefanski, one of the best coaches in the NFL, I'm sure he will find a way to make all of this work. And it should turn out fine, hopefully.
Yeah, Cleveland, America's team is what they are turning into, making another.
They're the new American team. No longer the Cowboys. It's the Cleveland
no
Browns.
more the Cowboys, the Cleveland Browns. We all want
Cowboys out of here.
to see.
Less Cowboys, the better.
Next up, as we see behind our commissioner, is the Baltimore Ravens making their first of 2 first-round selections. They also have 31 they got from the Kansas City Chiefs. And the Baltimore Ravens right here, again, sitting at an interesting spot. I had them going with Jason Owe out of Penn State, adding to their edge rush at 27. He's still on the board, and he is the top guy I have on their big board.
That's the same as me. I've got Jason Owe as well. And I'm just hoping that happens because my last 6 picks are clean in my mock draft. There are a lot of X's. There are a couple of checks. Let's try to keep the end of this draft clean here. Jason Owe, I really like. I really like Jason Owe here in Baltimore. I think he's a perfect fit for that defense. They did lose Ngakoue to the Raiders this offseason, so they are looking for an edge rusher possibly here. I really like Jason Owe. He put on a performance at his pro day. He was great there. He's quick. He's one of the more underrated edge rushers in this draft. The one problem with this is Gregory Rousseau is still available. I have him falling to Tampa at 32, but we'll see what happens here because Baltimore also still has trouble at the center position, and they still need a big body wide receiver. So we'll see what they do here, but it should be interesting.
And the big body wide receiver is a big one because I think 2 number 1 receivers could potentially still be on the board when you think of the big body guys in Rashad Bateman and also Terrace Marshall. Both guys still on the board if Baltimore wants to go that route here with their first pick instead of waiting till 31. We'll see what they do here. Also, Tevin Jenkins at tackle could fill that need, even though they are looking to add Alejandro Villanueva after the draft to fill the hole left by Orlando Brown. But, maybe they like what they have available to them right here at 27.
And there are a lot of possibilities here. We've also seen rumors of them possibly trading down with one of these picks. So that's also possible. But I think Baltimore's got a lot of different directions that they can go here with 27. And they also have the ability to be a little bit risky here because they do have that extra pick here in the first round. So it'll be interesting to see which direction they go and what need they decide to fill here first.
Yeah, there's
The
one
pick
thing.
is in. That question will be answered shortly.
Okay, so the pick is in, so Baltimore will be selecting at 27. And the big thing with Eric DeCosta at GM is he values speed. Speed, size, and players who play hard. And quite simply will take the best player available on his board. And I honestly believe that player is going to be Jason Owe.
I like Jason Owe. He's the second best defender from Penn State behind Micah Parsons. But no, I like Jason Owe a lot. As I mentioned earlier, he's extremely underrated. He's extremely quick off the line. He's got good move and is explosive off the line. So it'll be interesting to see if Baltimore decides to go in that direction, because if they do, I think it's going to be a great replacement for Yannick.
Yeah, and last year, in the first round, they went with Patrick Queen. He started all 16 games for him, had over 100 tackles and over 10 quarterback hits at linebacker, and J.K. Dobbins in the second round at running back. And then went wide receiver. Were just two of the big names that came off their draft board was Devin Duvernay and James Prochet. Both guys played over 14 games as well. So, interesting decision here for the Baltimore Ravens, who have the 32nd ranked passing offense last year with Lamar Jackson, but the number 1 ranked rushing offense. And defensively, top 10 all across the board and second in scoring. So, do the Ravens add strength to their strength, or do they finally address their glaring weakness they have at wide receiver? That is the true question.
That is the question that we are waiting to have answered. Yes, we have it now. That answer is on my card. And with the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens selects Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota.
I am sorry, Cole. I know you wanted him, but Baltimore, you made a good pick. Good job.
A great pick.
Cole, Jeremiah is still available.
Jeremiah is still available, but
also Aaron Rodgers could be gone.
the get Rodgers help prayer is not looking good now with Rashad Bateman now going to the Baltimore Ravens. But the Ravens do add the wide receiver they needed. They need that number 1 guy for Lamar Jackson, and Bateman can be that guy. He's got a great mix of size and speed at the position. He's a guy who can line up outside. He can line up in the slot. Just very tough, very physical, and very competitive. Exactly what this offense needs. Now they have the opportunity to put Hollywood Brown as a second option for Lamar Jackson to be their speed guy, while Bateman is their reliable target to hit on the short yardage situations that they desperately struggled on last year. And the great part about Bateman is he doesn't have to be open to make the catch. Great, a great contested ball catcher, great release off the line. Very strong Devontae Adams vibes I get from Rashad Bateman. Pretty scary that Lamar Jackson now has that guy to work with in his offense.
It's exactly what Baltimore needed here. And as you said, he is extremely physical. He does not shy away from contact. He will get contested catches, no question about it. But one thing that is a little downside for him is he relies pretty much solely on his physicality to get around defenders. He has average speed. He's not very elusive. So he's going to take a lot of hits, and he is not going to go down easy, which is a good thing and also a bad thing if you are concerned about health. He's going to be a great receiver. He's going to be extremely productive like he was at Minnesota in college. But, hey, the Baltimore Ravens filled the exact need that they needed.
Yeah, and they got one of the top players that they could have got on their board in Bateman. And in my opinion, stole him from the next 2 teams. New Orleans Saints and Green Bay Packers could be looking for offensive help. Very smart there by the Baltimore Ravens to make that pick here at 27 instead of waiting until 31. Great move by them. But now the Saints are on the clock. And the New Orleans Saints last year took Cesar Ruiz at center, who I thought was a surprise pick in the first round. Do we see any potential surprise picks from the Saints here this year at 28?
See, I like Trayvon Moehrig. I think he's perfect. They did lose a lot of people in the secondary this year, and Marshawn Lattimore is on the last year of his contract. And as we know, the Saints have a lot of cap issues. So paying him an extension next year will be very difficult. So I think the big thing is getting someone else in that secondary as fast as possible so that if they do lose Lattimore, they still have someone back there, and Moehrig is the perfect person for that. He'll play safety for them. He's a good leader, as we mentioned, probably the best defensive back in this draft, and he's a perfect fit to take over for Jenkins, who they lost this offseason.
I think the great pick here by the Saints is going to be the one I had penciled in on the mock draft, and that's going to be Elijah Moore at Ole Miss. Adding in another wide receiver alongside Michael Thomas will be great for whoever starts at quarterback, whether it's Jameis Winston or whether it's Taysom Hill. So I think this decision will end up being a solid one to go with here and just kind of figure out what exactly the Saints want to do here at the 28th overall pick. It's going to be an interesting one.
Your commissioner has that answer, Cole Noble.
Commissioner has the answer here.
In his hand. With the 28th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Peyton Turner at defensive end. He's a guy whose name shot up the last 24 hours, especially in the Saints. All the buzz around them was a potential trade up. Instead, they get the guy who is rising up in Turner at defensive end. Definitely an interesting pick. But Mickey Loomis does love guys who have high IQ and relies heavily on his scouting. So very interesting to see a guy like Turner come off the board here. Peyton Turner is a guy who I'm very sure of. The scouting department came in this morning and said that they were very adamant that they like this guy. And does he fill an immediate need? That's not something I understand. That's not something I see here with the New Orleans Saints getting a defensive end. I mean, they ranked 7th last year in the pass rush. Interesting decision here, especially with what they already have on their defensive line to go one here in the first round. But I said they'll go with a surprise, and that they did here with Peyton Turner.
Yeah, that's a very interesting move because they already have Cam Jordan and Marcus Davenport on that line. Now, yes, they did lose Trey Hendrickson, but I think they probably could have filled that hole later, and I think there are plenty of edge rushers that they could have gotten. Their secondary is what's falling apart right now. And I think that is something, and obviously wide receiver Elijah Moore, that would have been a good pick as well because of the loss of Emmanuel Sanders. But I feel like defensive line would have been one of the last positions I would have thought of to fill right now. But, as you said, Peyton Turner, he's a high riser. He's a good edge. He'll probably have a very similar kind of role as Trey Hendrickson had. He's kind of the guy that gets through the line because everybody's focused on Davenport and Cam Jordan. He'll have some good seasons and, have a good time.
Well,
and now it's your turn, Cole.
Now it is my turn. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. And, of course, all of the talk surrounding the Green Bay Packers right now is Aaron Rodgers. We discussed it through our whole pre-show. This is the decision that shapes the future of the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers in a contract stall right now and battle, standoff, if you will, with the Green Bay Packers. Is he going to even, suit up and wear number 12 again in a Packers uniform this fall is what no one knows right now. That is the question on everyone's mind. But the Green Bay Packers sitting here at 29 have a great opportunity to, in my opinion, get Rodgers help. Still on the board is Elijah Moore if they want to go the wide receiver option. But also still on the board is my ideal prospect, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Somehow made it all the way down to 29. And the Green Bay Packers, their linebacker core is not looking very good right now. Chris Barnes and Kamal Martin right now are their starting linebackers. Everywhere else on defense they're set at. Bringing in a new defensive coordinator in Joe Barry. See if he lands a guy that he wants in that second level that can, really make an impact outside of Barnes or Kamal Martin as well. But the Green Bay Packers, are they going to play this pick right here for the future with Aaron Rodgers or the future of Jordan Love? That's the question they have to ask themselves right now.
If it was me, I like the pick of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah at this point, just because, Rashad Bateman, that's a different animal. They're getting a very, very good receiver, and obviously Elijah Moore and Terrace Marshall are both very borderline first-round picks, and they've been flying up boards. But I feel like your run defense is extremely – it needs a lot of help. And I think Jeremiah would definitely fill that hole, especially when you're in a division with Dalvin Cook. And I just feel like Paris Marshall and Elijah Moore wouldn't benefit the Packers as much as Jeremiah would.
He is in.
Yep, the Packers wasted no time. Also, another ideal selection I could see here that someone that could go somewhere in the second round is Rondale Moore out of Purdue as well at wide receiver, another wide receiver I like. So if they want to get Rodgers help, also they can start going with the center route. Landon Dickerson on the board, Quinn Minertz as well. Oh boy, they're showing all the Rodgers graphics flash across the screen. This is ultimately going to determine the next 10 years
Future
of Packer football right here.
This will be interesting. All right, Cole. Last minute, who do you want?
I think we have to take Jeremiah. You know, I want, of course, I keep holding up the sign, get Rodgers help. But getting Rodgers help is going to be on that defensive side of the ball in the run game and just stacking up that defense. You know, we got, of course, coming back this year, we do have Devin Funchess at wide receiver. We had the number one scoring offense in the league last year. And, of course, brought back Aaron Jones at running back, now being a 1-2 punch with A.J. Dillon. I think our offense is still in great shape. We brought back everyone on our team pretty much besides Corey Linsley. And, of course, you know, Jamal Williams, Christian Kirksey, two guys that were considerable players. But I think you have to go with Jeremiah. He's the best player on the board and a huge need on your defense. Let's just see what happens.
The pick is in. The selection is in. Card in hand. With the 29th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, cornerback, Georgia. And Cole Noble hanging his head in disgust.
Dude, how do you feel?
How do you feel?
That is an interesting pick. So corner, also another option Green Bay could have gone in the first round, and that's what they do with Eric Stokes. Obviously not my number one choice. Nowhere close. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah on the board. Still two solid receivers on the board. And in all my mock drafts, I had Asante Samuel. I thought he was a great fit, exactly fit the mold of Jair Alexander. Would love to have him alongside of him to complement him in the secondary. Instead, we go with Eric Stokes.
And in come the Aaron Rodgers memes.
And do not. Interesting. So Eric Stokes, of course, out of Georgia. Fits more as an outside corner. It's going to be interesting to see how he pairs well with Barry's defensive scheme with the Green Bay Packers. They did bring back Kevin King on a one-year deal. But, again, his traditional position is outside. And, obviously, for all of those who saw the NFC Championship game, outside corner is a position that really hurt the Green Bay Packers. So maybe they want to address that here with Eric Stokes. Still, I think a questionable pick in my mind, but a guy who played well in man coverage. He played well in zone coverage, and overall is just a patient cornerback who sticks with receivers and capitalizes on turnovers when he's tested. Not my favorite pick in the world.
I think it's a good pick, just not here.
Yeah.
I feel like this was not the place to take him. I think he would have been available in the second round. I think if he wasn't available in the second round, there would have been someone with a very similar skill set available. Jeremiah is still on the board, and I am very concerned about that. Because Tampa Bay still has to pick.
At this point. All right, Cole.
So the interesting thing is Eric Stokes did have an athleticism score of 98 And Brian Gutekunst does love his athletic players. And that's kind of what, tried to drive me away from the Asante Samuel pick, is he didn't have that high athleticism score that Gutekunst has shown to love. But again, not using a premium pick on a premium position, continuing the trend that has continued now since 2005 for the Green Bay Packers. In my opinion, Aaron Rodgers is looking just like me right now. Not a happy man.
Very interesting. Now we got Buffalo.
Yeah, Buffalo Bills now on the clock.
Obviously Buffalo, they had a great season last year. Josh Allen really came out of his shell and solidified himself as one of the best quarterbacks in the league last year. Obviously made it to the AFC Championship game against the Kansas City Chiefs, where they got killed. But, that's normal. But most of their problems are on the defensive side of the ball and at offensive line. So, for me, I have them going edge rusher. They went Ed Oliver last year at defensive tackle. And with Jason Oweh and Gregory Rousseau both still available, I could see, and Carlos Basham even, I could see any of them going here to Buffalo. Some people had them going running back, but since Najee Harris and Travis Etienne are both gone, I don't see that happening at all. But interesting, Tevin Jenkins and Jalen Mayfield both available. So that's also a possibility for the Bills to improve their offensive line.
Yeah, and also, you said, Carlos Basham, Jason Oweh still there, edge as well, Joe Tyron, another guy that many people will have their name penciled in as potentially being a first-round pick that sneaks in here late. But Asante Samuel also at corner is another heavily linked prospect to the Buffalo Bills. And Brandon Beane loves to fill his holes in free agency and take the best player available. Wouldn't surprise me to see Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah go here either.
So, yeah, no. It'll definitely be interesting to see what the Bills do. I think they're going defense, no matter what, whether it's an edge rusher or a corner. But there is still the possibility that they could add a tackle here, considering the fact that 2 of the top 5 tackles in the draft are still available. I don't know. Out of the last 3 first-round picks, 2 of them have been defensive. And to me, I think they're going to end up sticking with that, going with another defensive player here and adding to really one of the only weaknesses on the team, which is edge rusher.
Yeah, and they had weakness in the rushing game, in the run game, finished 20th overall in the league last year. But like you said, with Najee gone and with Travis Etienne gone, it's looking like they will be addressing the defensive side of the ball right here. We'll just see what they take.
The pick is in, though.
The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. After this one, 2 more picks.
It's interesting. We've got 3 picks left. Jason Oweh, Gregory Rousseau, Carlos Basham, Trayvon Moehrig, and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah are all still available. Only 3 people can get into the first round. It'll be very interesting to see who.
Which 3 players will squeak in? Definitely going to be an interesting final 3 picks considering the amount of talent still available here. Oweh on the board, Terrence Marshall, Tevin Jenkins, Gregory Rousseau still there. Of course, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Jeremiah dropped to 34 for me, please. I'll take him.
Yeah, Christian Barmore is there as well. A lot of great talent to be had in these last 3 picks.
All right, guys, pick is in. Selection has been made.
All right, Buffalo.
With the 30th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau, Defensive end, Miami.
There it is. So Russo falls in the first round after all to the Buffalo Bills, a late round pick here in the first round. Adding on to their pass rush that finished 6th in the NFL last year and is going to be a great addition. Buffalo desperately needed a defensive end, have a lot of expiring contracts going up this season. And they got one of the best ones on the board, in my opinion, and Gregory Rousseau.
Yeah, no, there's no question about it. Gregory Rousseau, I had him falling down to 32 to Tampa Bay, so this is better than I thought he would do. He's one of the best edge rushers in this draft. He did start falling a little bit with the emergence of guys like Owe, Kwity Paye, and Jalen Phillips, but obviously Buffalo gets a steal here. Great edge rusher, quick off the line, is a good power move, and should be a force coming off of that Buffalo defensive line alongside Ed Oliver.
And make no mistake about it, this guy's production level is through the roof. I mean, in 2019, he had 19 and a half tackles for a loss and 15 and a half sacks. Opted out of 2020 and had a little bit of some injury concerns potentially that, could have lingered for him going in and, started dropping his stock just a little bit from what we could, where we could have seen him fall. I think it's a great pick by the Buffalo Bills, adding a guy just who is going to have time to develop, especially this year in his rookie year. And then with the expiring contracts on their defensive line, entering into his second year, he's going to really have time to blossom. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah said this guy has the tools to be a perennial All-Pro at the defensive end position. And that's exactly what I think the Buffalo Bills are going to get from this guy.
Perfect picks. Good mix of speed and power here. And as you said, he's got time to develop. So it's perfect pick for Buffalo, address a need, and perfect fit for him.
Perfect fit for him. And now coming back up to pick for the second time, potentially, is going to be the Baltimore Ravens, who took Rashad Bateman earlier in the draft with their first selection back at 27. Here now on the board again at 31. So they got their help on offense, and still on their board for the defense is the guy I penciled in, Jason Owe out of Penn State, filling in that hole left by Yannick Ngakoue as their defensive end. Is that where we're leaning towards right here, Matt?
Yeah, I'm still in on that with Jason Owe. Originally, I had Jason Owe going 27 and then Landon Dickerson going 31. But I think now that you go wide receiver at 27, I think an edge rusher is definitely what you want to do here. Go Jason Owe and save your center problems for later in the draft. It's definitely something that you can fix in the second or third round, where the edge is more important to get earlier on when the more effective and productive players are still available.
Yeah, and I think so far Baltimore has just done a great strategy. Taking the wide receiver above the Saints and the Green Bay Packers. Obviously one that many believe the Packers had their eye on in Rashad Bateman, knowing they have this 31st pick. But at the same time, a quote from Eric DeCosta, their general manager, said, "We try to trade back as much as we could in any given round. The more picks you have, the more hits you can make." So sitting at 31, they traded to get to this point with the Kansas City Chiefs. Could they opt to trade back and have someone else squeak back in here into the first round with 2 picks remaining?
That'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, that's what's
I can definitely see that happening.
They're taking their time with this selection. Could be on the phone trying to make a trade.
3 minutes left on the clock.
It's definitely something that I could see happening. It's been a while since we've seen a trade so far in this first round. And I think out of everybody, Baltimore would be the one to trade back. And we were talking about this earlier. I don't think this is going to happen now because of the Rashad Bateman pick. But the whole Julio Jones situation, if they were to trade back, would they use some of that extra draft capital to make an offer for Julio Jones? We'll see if that is still a possibility and if they're still interested in that. But other than that, I think Jason Owe is probably the move here at 31. if they decide to stay.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And Owe had a great season this year, had a great career in Penn State. Had a great pro day, off the charts in all of his numbers. And even if they don't go with Jason Owe and still elect to go with a defensive end, Azeez Ojulari is another one out of Georgia who was very productive in his career. Had 12 and a half tackles for a loss, 9.5 sacks in 2020. In 2020 for Georgia, another off-the-ball edge rusher who would be a perfect fit for Wink Martindale's defense. And a lot of options here. Just even at edge rusher alone, Joseph Osai is still on the board. Joe Tyron's still on the board. Carlos Basham. A lot of picks that can be made here at edge rusher. But, again, I penciled in Jason Owe, so that's the one I want to stick with and see what happens.
Definitely be interesting. Plenty of options here for the Ravens. And we'll see which one they decide to go with.
Yep, they're taking their time again with this one, making sure they get the commercials in. Let's take a look here into our chat live on YouTube. We got some dancing going on in the chat. Some Gray's ponytails holding on for dear life in the chat. Gray's stressed like a GM in the chat. And, of course, everyone loving the Green Bay Packers selection. So a lot of stuff is happening in the chat. That's what it's all about here live on YouTube, all of the guys. Thank you all for joining the show. I appreciate all of you stopping by, saying hello, and interacting with each other in the chat. And it's been a long night already here, approaching now the 4th hour at 12 o'clock. We're almost to Friday, Slaw Sports Show Friday. So, again, we'll be live tomorrow as well, just while we are taking a quick intermission. 10 o'clock, 10 to 11 tomorrow, WSOE also live on YouTube for the usual scheduled hour of the Slaw Sports Show tomorrow. We'll be breaking down what we saw tonight and also what we could see tomorrow with rounds 2 and 3. So I'm excited.
All right, boys.
All right, we'll get back to the draft.
Back to the draft.
Have they made a decision, Gray?
They have made a decision. I'm going to tell you that decision.
Alrighty.
With the 31st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jason Owe, defensive end, Penn State.
There it is. Great pick.
There we go.
There it is. Solid pick.
Perfect pick for the Ravens.
Perfect fit for their defense with Wink Martindale. Jason Owe is just overall a raw and athletic freak off the line of scrimmage, and exactly what fits the stereotypical mold of a Wink Martindale defensive end, a guy who's freakishly athletic and can just be versatile off the line of scrimmage. This guy's going to be a blocking nightmare in the AFC North, and including, the Pittsburgh Steelers in that division, Cincinnati Bengals, who failed to address offensive line so far. Jason Owe is the guy who's going to eat this year for the Baltimore Ravens. I'm excited to see what he can do. High ceiling for this guy now that he's in the right system.
I'll tell you what, the Ravens are going to challenge for best first-round performance here. Rashad Bateman and Jason Owe, both late-round picks, first-round picks, 27 and 31. I'll tell you what, both of those guys, great performers, good value for when they pick them. They're both going to make an immediate impact for the team and should be huge players, especially late in the season once they start getting into the groove of the NFL.
Yeah, and I think Baltimore might end up coming out of this, in my opinion, one of the strongest drafts. Looking at the board right now, what this team was able to do, filled both their needs with the highest upside players at those positions. Great GM work again by Eric DeCosta. This guy always hits, in my opinion, in the draft. Did it last year. So far, he's done it again this year. And last but not least, Matt, at 32, we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Super Bowl champions. And they have successfully brought back their entire roster now officially with Antonio Brown getting signed. They brought back all 20.
Already in.
The pick is already in.
Oh,
You're
wow.
already in.
Wow. So Tampa Bay is staying here at 32, and they will be selecting. I was expecting
It
maybe
took
they could
them a
trade back
whole 37 seconds.
a whole 37 seconds. But yeah, successfully brought back all 22 starters from their Super Bowl winning roster. Tom Brady, obviously looking to run things back in Tampa Bay. And let's see who they add. I mean, this team is stacked, in my opinion. Not that many holes that they can have. They can go anywhere with
I
this
could see
pick.
Christian Barmore coming here.
I can see Christian Barmore. I can see
Trayvon Morig.
Trayvon Morig, Aziz Ojulari. I can see a wide receiver give another weapon to
I
Tom
could even
Brady.
see Nick Bolton kind of stretching in here into the late first round.
A lot of
Possibly
options
if they need a
here
linebacker.
for the last pick. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Super Bowl champions. Do we see the sixth quarterback go off the board?
Davis Mills.
Does Tampa Bay lock in their future quarterback to sit behind Tom Brady? That
Be
could be
interesting to see what happens here. There are a ton of because they brought back everybody. They have so many different directions they can go here. And it doesn't really matter because no matter what, if they end up choosing someone that's more of a future pick, they can sit on the sideline and develop. So there's no real huge needs here for the Buccaneers. This is more depth and possibly getting in there, depending on who they decide to go with here.
All right, guys. Here we go. With the 32nd and final pick of the first round in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joel Tryon, defensive end, Washington.
Joe Tyron, also
works.
a great pick. Great pick and great depth added to the defensive line of the champs. Joe Tyron, a guy that he's got experience in the 4-3 and 3-4 scheme, a guy who really would have been a great fit anywhere, no matter where they drafted him. But like I said earlier, a guy who could end up squeaking into the first round, and he does right at the last pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Great control, great agility, a lot of high upside to like here with Joe Tyron.
It's a great pick by the Buccaneers. There weren't many holes to fill. They decided to go with the defensive line. They just re-signed Shaq Barrett to an extension. So you're going to put him most likely on the opposite side of him. And as we see here at the end of the draft, the last 3 picks were edge rushers, and 4 of the last 5 were edge rushers. So towards the end of, even though we didn't have many towards the beginning, the edge rushing market started picking up towards the end of the round, and we'll see if that continues early into the second round.
And I'm very excited to see how much Joe Tyron is used in that defense for the Buccaneers. Especially, I think he's going to take a lot of pressure off for Jason Pierre-Paul, give him a lot more time, get him a lot more rest during the season. Tampa Bay loaded up with a great guy to build up with already one of the scariest defenses we saw in last year's season. So
No question about it.
That concludes the first round, guys. So, looking back on it, who won and who lost?
I think Baltimore won.
Packers
Baltimore, the Jets, and I'd probably say Indianapolis are the 3 big. Oh, and obviously Jacksonville. They got their guys. Obviously, Indianapolis comes out huge, getting the top edge rusher all the way at 21. The Jets, they get their 2 guys, quarterback and offensive line. Baltimore, I think, is the biggest winner out of them all, picking up 2 quality talents late in the first round and filling exactly what they needed. So, big shout out to Baltimore there.
Yeah, I think Baltimore comes away as the winner of the first round. Loser, as much as I love to give it to the Packers, I got to say the Las Vegas Raiders with Alex Leatherwood.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Shaky picks as always. Interesting selections. Also, the New York Giants trading back and getting another wide receiver. Interesting
Kadarius
decisions.
Toney.
Interesting decisions for them as well. The Bears trading up for Justin Fields also could be a win. Great decision by the Chicago Bears.
Oh, yeah.
In that one as well. So look at the guys.
Mac Jones falling to New England.
Mac Jones falling to New England as well. Looking at the guys still on the board, Jeremiah Owuzu-Koramoah fell out of the first round. And also Trevon Morig out of the first round. Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, Terrence Marshall, Asante Samuel, Tevin Jenkins, Aziz Ojolari. A lot of great talent is still on
Christian
the board.
Barmore.
Christian Barmore as well, the top defensive tackle in this year's class. A lot of great talent is still available in tomorrow's draft. But that concludes the first round and concludes our Slaw Sports Show 2021 first round NFL Draft Special Extravaganza. So thank you, Matt, and thank you, Gray. It's been a blast. All
Thank
4
you for
hours of
having
it.
us.
Loved every minute.
Thank you.
And again, tomorrow night, the Slaw Sports Show will be live from 10 to 11 on YouTube again and on WSOE 89.3 as well. Special thank you to everyone who joined on YouTube and watched and were able to stop by and check out the stream. You guys mean the world. Thank you for all the support. Until next time, guys. Peace.